1, 2, testing 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. And again, just to repeat, can members of the public and the media please respect the red lines in the aisles? Thanks so much for your cooperation.
Good morning, Ms. Hassim. Good morning, Ms. Killian. And good morning, General. Yes.
Morning, Commissioners. Morning, General.
Very good morning to you, Commissioner.
We're going to pick up the pace a bit today.
Actually, General, I want to say something. If we continue at the pace that we were proceeding at yesterday, we are sure to run well into the afternoon before we reach page 90 of your statement. If you can try to pick up the pace and perhaps even avoid, if possible, substantiating on some of the points. You are not substantiating on all, but you did do so in quite a few. If you could try to avoid that, and also, if possible, from our side, we will try to avoid asking clarity-seeking questions. We can always do that, even at the stage when you are being engaged more pointedly, because we want to get through your statement. Can you try to do that, say, by tea time, by 11? Try to be done by then?
I will try my
You'll
best.
try. Please do,
Chair,
please do, General. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday we had dealt with the annexure SS29, which is linked to paragraph 183 of your statement. And it's the second contention of the three contentions in the section that you're dealing with. General, do you want to pick it up from paragraph 184?
Paragraph 124, I just also want to get the file ready, the one for the annexes. Take this water away, please. Yeah, I don't want it. My apologies, sir. This paragraph?
184. You had finished at 183 yesterday.
Yes. Commissioners, what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to read through as advised, even as discussed with the evidence leader, non-stop, so that at least I get to finish the statement. So, As it is apparent in this document, the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection is a custodian of all case dockets within the South African Police Service. The information not expressly records the operational challenge that arises when case dockets are investigated within other environments over which the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection has no managerial oversight, while still being held accountable for the performance outcome associated with those dockets. It is further confirmed that such dockets are included when detective service performance is measured, thereby reinforcing the necessity for investigative accountability to reside within the crime detection environment. This evidence directly contradicts the National Commissioner's attempt to portray my intervention regarding the dockets as improper or misplaced. The information note confirms that proper investigative command and accountability must reside within the crime detection environment, precisely as I had maintained. His effort to characterize my insistence on adhering to this established governance principle as a point of contention is therefore unfounded and appears crafted to create the false impression of discord or power struggle, when in truth my position aligned squarely with approved SAPS policy and performance accountability. Furthermore, I attached hereto a letter dated 9 January 2024, authorized and signed by me in my capacity as Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection, addressed to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, marked Annexa SS30. This correspondence highlights the poor performance of detective service arising from long outstanding case dockets that remained within the crime intelligence environment, including counterintelligence investigation. Then I marked here with a pen page 484, so I'm not going to go there, I'm just going to read through the statement. The letter records that 71 case dockets, 81 charges, were currently retained at National Head Office of Counterintelligence Investigation and requires that feedback on these dockets be provided to the crime detection environment. It reinforces that investigative accountability for case dockets properly resides under the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection. It further illustrates that my engagement on this issue was consistent, transparent, and directed at ensuring compliance with approved South African Police Service performance structures, rather than reflecting any personal or improper motive. To characterize this matter as anything beyond a routine operational adjustment is an attempt to inflate a minor issue into something far more significant than it ever was.
Sorry, General, I think you've skipped a page. You actually at page 60, 189.
Apologies. I don't know if I should really read it from the previous part so that it flows. Or
You can continue from 189 additionally.
Additionally, yeah.
Additionally, and as appears from Annexes SS29, the National Commissioner did not approve the request insofar as it relates to counterintelligence dockets. Contrary to the narrative he now seeks to advance before the Commission, I accepted his decision and left the matter at that. I did not pursue it further, nor did I insist upon any transfer of counterintelligence docket. It is therefore incorrect and misleading for National Commissioner to suggest that I was intent on removing counterintelligence docket from the crime intelligence environment. Then I said, please refer to page 484. Paragraph 190, notwithstanding the above, it must be emphasized that my proposal was entirely unexceptional and fully consistent with generally accepted governance standards, It is concerning and quite frankly unbecoming for the National Commissioner to elevate such routine matters of operational oversight into so-called point of contention, when in truth they were matters that any person properly discharging the responsibilities of Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection would be expected to raise. His attempt to retrospectively label ordinary and policy-aligned oversight as something untoward is unwarranted and should not be countenanced. Just to add that this is what the National Commissioner expects me to do, just what I read above. So, paragraph 191, the National Commissioner's third alleged point of contention relates to my view that General Khumalo should not continue to oversee the PKTT and that its oversight should instead be assigned to General Senthumule. My position was premised on the operational reality that Crime Intelligence Division was suffering the consequences of General Khumalo's extensive involvement with the PKTT, resulting in this diminished focus on his core mandate and responsibilities. To characterize this matter as anything beyond a routine operational adjustment is an attempt to inflate a minor issue into something far more significant than it ever was. In any event, the holding and expression of views in both lawful and inevitable is both lawful and inevitable in the proper discharge of executive and operational functions. Such engagement form part of ordinary decision-making and operational discourse, and is neither prohibited nor irregular. The expression of such views or options cannot without more be transmuted into evidence of impropriety or misconduct. Properly understood, the National Commissioner's complaint against me is not a bona fide complaint. It is contrived, selective in its focus, and premised on an incomplete account of the events leading to the disestablishment of the PKTT. In particular, it seeks to isolate my conduct from the broader institution and leadership context within which the relevant discussions and decisions occurred. The complaint further fails to engage with or account for the National Commissioner's own leadership responsibilities, including his prior knowledge of, participation in, and contribution to the discussions and processes that culminated in the disestablishment of the PKTT. By omitting this context, the complaint advanced a distorted narrative that improperly characterized routine operational engagement as misconduct, while deflecting attention from the National Commissioner's own role in the decision-making process. Allegations made by General Khumalo. I now proceed to address and canvass the allegations made by General Khumalo during his testimony before the Commission. At the time of depositing to this affidavit, I had not been finished with the written statement and the complete transcript of General Khumalo's evidence before the Commission. I have accordingly not been in a position to properly consider or analyze his evidence in its entirety. In this regard, I refer to Annexa SS4 and SS5, being correspondence exchange between my attorneys and the Commission concerning the documents I requested, which were necessary for the preparation of this affidavit, and which, as at the date hereof, I had not yet received. I also attached.
I'm sorry, General. Ms. Hassim, if I'm not mistaken, in my reading, I think I picked up about 3 such complaints, possibly even 4. Is it correct that the general did not get the documents he's referring to? And if so, what's the evidence leader's explanation?
The statement, annexures, and transcripts were provided on 16 January in relation to this complaint regarding the evidence of General Khumalo. So there's been time since 16 January for the witness to address it.
All right.
And that was going to be my question now to the witness, which
All right,
is
let's
to say, General, that this was provided to you on the 16th of January, and you haven't supplemented.
All right, let's leave it then. Let's deal with it during the questioning,
Sure.
if that's found to be necessary. General, please continue. I also attach here too.
What I wanted to ask, Chair, is that
Do you wish to respond to?
yes, as you can see, Chair, this part I underline.
General, may I suggest this? I heard Ms. Hassim say that she is going to engage you on this at the second stage of this process. May we leave the explanation you want to give for that stage, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You will get the opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you, General. Please continue.
I will proceed, Chair. The reason why you see me reading this and going straight, it was as advised that you go through the statement. So I was just going through the statement.
Yes.
Maybe if there is any supplementary, so I wanted to check if there is that I can then maybe take from and read so that I don't get to a point where I still say we didn't get when in fact it was then later given but in a different file. So that is what I wanted to check. Because sometimes if it was indeed sent on that date, it's something that I should be having, but I will proceed reading, Judge, as what I have in front of me.
Please,
Thank you, Chair.
You should do so. And my colleague, Commissioner Khumalo, has just showed me the date stamp of the commissioning police or sub-center. It appears that the affidavit was commissioned on the 12th of January, which appears to be, or rather which is before the 16th that Ms. Hassim is referring to. So factually what you say may well be correct, but as I say, let's engage further on this at a later stage, if that will still be necessary. Please continue.
I will just proceed reading.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was not.
I'm not sure whether we're talking past each other. So the statement is correct that at the time, the annexures and transcripts in the statements had not been provided to the witness, but they were then provided on 16 January. So my point was, did you supplement it then? Because as far as we're aware, there's no supplemented statement that we've received to address the further information that you said you wanted to address in this statement, pertaining to General Khumalo, for example.
What I may say, my legal team may advise if we did, of which I think we responded. However, I did make my own notes on the side in case I have to continue on General Khumalo, but then I don't want to deviate. I have made my own notes of what I want to say, but as maybe directed by the chair, I will read.
Yes, please. Yes, General. Let us do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Let us do that.
Paragraph 197. In these circumstances, I confine myself to addressing only those aspects of his testimony that were glaring to me at this stage. I respectfully reserve my right to supplement this affidavit and to deal fully with General Khumalo's evidence once the written statement and full transcript have been made available. General Khumalo testified before this commission that a white BMW which he asserted was assigned to my office, was observed on 27 November 2024 at the residence of one Katiso Molefe, and that the driver of the vehicle was allegedly seen collecting a white paper bag from Molefe. I submit that testimony is factually unsustainable. The white BMW in question was only assigned to my office on 4 August 2025. I attach here to a diary entry made on the very date the vehicle was received, marked SS32. The entry record not only the receipt of the vehicle, but also its condition at the time. Then I have written here page 501 and 502 in a red pen. Accordingly, at the time the vehicle...
General, sorry to interrupt. Just for the record, Chair, the witness did this past Monday submit to the Commission an additional annexure, Annexure SS46, which is to be read with this paragraph 200. It's not reflected here because it only came on Monday. Continue, General.
Accordingly, at the time the vehicle was allegedly seen at Mr. Molefe's residence, it was neither assigned to me or my office nor under my control. The premise upon which General Khumalo's evidence rests is therefore demonstrably incorrect. In addition, on 27 November 2024, I was in Cape Town on official subs business, attending a meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Police. I attach here to marked SS33 corroborating documentation, including the hotel receipt for my accommodation and the official agenda of the Portfolio Committee meeting for the date. The document objectively confirmed my whereabouts. There are no obscure or contested facts. They were readily verifiable through elementary checks of vehicle assignment records. General Khumalo's failures to undertake such verification before presenting this evidence materially undermines the reliability of his testimony. More significantly, the omission of these readily ascertainable facts resulted in evidence being placed before this commission that is not merely incomplete but misleading in effect. The testimony creates an inference of proximity or association with, when tested against objective records, cannot be sustained. In these circumstances, General Khumalo's evidence on this issue must be approached with caution. The demonstrable inaccuracy of the foundational facts, coupled with the absence of basic verification, raises serious concerns about the credibility, objectivity, and evidential weight of his testimony, particularly insofar as it seeks to implicate me by association rather than by substantiated fact. In addition, the persistence in advancing these allegations without verification and in circumstances where objective record directly contradicted, in my view, places his motive for doing so squarely into question. It is also noteworthy that General Khumalo presented this commission evidence depicting the said notorious white BMW following and providing protection to me during October 2025. This raises a fundamental difficulty. According to the testimony of the National Commissioner, information allegedly implicating me in the involvement with an alleged drug cartel had already been made available to Minister Mngunu as early as January 2025. If that is so, it is unclear why evidence from October 2025 relating to a vehicle assigned to my official security detail only in August 2025 is being relied upon to retrospectively link me to alleged conduct said to have occurred in November 2024, at a time when the vehicle was not assigned to me at all. The chronological disconnect is stark. Evidence post-dating the alleged conduct by almost a year is being deployed to suggest corroboration of events which, on the objective fact, could not have involved me or a vehicle under my control. This incongruity renders the evidence not only irrelevant to the allegations it seeks to support, but also misleading in its effect. When viewed holistically, it underscores a pattern of selective presentation of facts divorced from their proper sequential and factual context. In my view, this is not a benign oversight. It materially undermines the reliability and probative value of the evidence, and taken together with the earlier inaccuracies, place General Khumalo's credibility and his motive for advancing this narrative squarely into question. The cumulative effect of the evidence placed before the Commission reveals a pattern of selective disclosure, whereby information is chosen and presented in a manner that advances a predetermined narrative about me rather than a balanced, objective account of witness C. Now,
account of the facts. That's how the sentence ends.
Can you please repeat?
Sorry, you misread the last line. It should read rather than a balanced and objective account of the facts.
Now, my concern, commissioners, this is a very important part of that was the nation believed that I'm involved, and a white paper bag they went to collect a paper bag associated with me. I don't want to elaborate much, but what I want
Don't you think this statement does that fairly substantially? Because the simple point made there is that, as I understand it, at the time the BMW appears to be linked to you, it had not yet been allocated to your office. And I think you make that point quite clearly. Do you think there's a need for substantiation?
Yes, Commissioner.
Right,
I think there's a particular specific need.
But please be brief.
I will be brief. That vehicle was allocated to the detectives for quite some time. It has been with the cold case unit for quite some time. Now, at the time, it was used by my two protectors. These two is a team that I chose when they were at. This is the team that I deployed at the border gate of Mozambique to fight crime that side. I said, let me call the people that I trust. And then they sent them, whilst I was already on suspension long time ago, they knew about this BMW. They had it. They had the footage. They had the CCTV footage. But they chose, after the chair said to General Khumalo, I've gone through your statement, and I came across no evidence. He booked sick leave. When he comes back, then he introduces this part and the part of Jerry Boshoga. Now, this part to link the BMW as the one they gave to the protectors as they kept there, I knew. They didn't even know about the BMW. I didn't even know that they are sitting with CCTV that involve the one who went to collect the bag. Now, there's this new people who come not knowing anything, they give them this BMW. Then later they come, they say, you see this BMW driving out of General Sibia's house. This is the same BMW. Then the whole country saying, yeah, this is what we've been seeing, which is not the case. I can move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Allegations made by witness C. As with the testimony of General Khumalo, at the time of depositing this affidavit, I had not been finished with the written statement or the complete transcript of this witness evidence before the commission. I have accordingly been prejudiced in that I have not been in a position to properly consider or analyze this evidence in its entirety. I ought to have been afforded the opportunity to forensically assess this witness testimony, particularly in light of the evidence that there exists a 6-hour recording of Madlanga recorded pursuant to his arrest. failure to make this recording available has materially prejudiced my ability to properly consider, analyze, and respond to the allegations arising from the testimony, notwithstanding that I have been implicated therein. After the witness completed his or her testimony, I specifically contacted my attorney to request the full recording referred to in that testimony. Said correspondence addressed to the Commission by my attorneys is attached here to mark SS34. That recording has not been made available to me. I have no evidence as to how this recording was extracted or obtained. No information has been disclosed regarding its provenance. The circumstances under which it was recorded, the device from which it was sourced, or the manner in which it was preserved. There has likewise been no disclosure of any chain of custody, nor any assurance that the recording is complete, unaltered, or accurately reflects the original content. In these circumstances, the alleged recording is inherently unreliable. Its existence and purported content raises serious concerns as to authenticity, accuracy, and integrity, including whether it may have been edited, selectively presented, or otherwise manipulated. Absent proper disclosure and independent verification, it cannot reasonably be relied upon as evidence against me. Furthermore, I categorically deny that I have ever received, solicited, or accepted any form of gratification, inducement, benefit, or kickback from Matala for any other from any other person. Any suggestion to the contrary is false, unfounded, and devoid of any factual basis. It is untrue that now I need the chairperson and the commissioner's guidance. I don't want to call this name. In the meantime, it was witness so and so, and then tomorrow it will be like I exposed a name. I just want to get the guidance from the commission.
General, Ms. Bowe, please do not show this part of the, there are so many. I see also in 221.
Chair, it is redacted in the version that's going to be flighted.
General, may you please refer to witness F?
I will do so.
Yes.
I'm reading where I hope I won't make a mistake somewhere, but I saw it the first time. I hope I won't make the mistake, Chair.
Yes. All right, now, please continue, General.
Thank you.
Well spotted, General.
On the other hand, just to ask one question, because of the fact that that video is on TV, and then if I refer to witness, I'm still in even saying this is the person. So I don't know. If the chairperson say move, I'll move.
Just continue, and when we get there, you see the difficulty is, and the reality is. So in a sense, it's. Let me not use the word I almost used.
I have a suggestion, Chair.
Yes.
According to my statement, this is the person that I'm talking to. But whichever witness XZ remain witness XZ. And it does not necessarily mean that witness XZ It is the person that I'm talking about here. So as to make things easy. Otherwise, I will be then exposing him, even if I say witness so they will say, oh, this is the same person. That's my suggestion, Chair.
Just use F. We do have the difficulty that everybody knows we have, but just say witness F.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair.
For what it's worth.
It is untrue that Sergeant Witness F works under my command or that he acted as a middleman for the passing of money to or through me. Whilst Witness F falls within my broader portfolio, he does not report to me. He is several levels below me in the organizational hierarchy and has a direct line manager to whom he reports, which is not me. However, I want to make a statement that says I don't distance myself from being close to him. It is correct that Witness F and I have a close personal relationship. However, the relationship does not translate into, nor does it evidence any corrupt, improper conduct. In particular, it does not mean that Witness F acted or could have acted as an intermediary through whom I receive any illicit fund. It is notable that I am not the only senior SAPS official with whom Witness F has a close personal relationship. Despite this, I am the only individual singled out in an apparent attempt to advance a narrative of impropriety. This is especially striking given that Witness F is equally, if not more closely associated with other senior officials, including General Senthumule, and General Mkwanazi, yet no similar allegations have been leveled against them. I have pictures, bike riding, I have birthday parties where Witness is together with these colleagues that I've mentioned. He's very close, he's a biker. He's a kind of a person, not because of his rank, he's a supportive person. When we have death case in the family, he's one of those people who will say, how can I support? I will come and also support. Or if it's a person that you get used to because he assists. He will assist. He will come to you and say, I know you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm making myself available to assist. So you get used to such a person. We do have such people, all of us, in our lives. In page 222, in fact, to my knowledge, Witness F and General Senthumule are known to socialize and engage in recreational activities together, including biking towards over the weekend. I do have a video material that I can actually play if needs be, but I do have it. That shows the relationship and how close they are. And then even in a party, birthday party where they are together, I do have those. It may not necessarily be to put because it will expose, but I do have such now. This further illustrates that Witness F maintains close personal relationship with a number of senior SAPS officials, and that my association with him is neither unique nor indicative of any impropriety. The selective focus on my relationship with Witness F is therefore unfounded, indicative of a prejudicial and misleading inference. Likewise, as with the testimony of General Khumalo, I reserve my right to supplement this affidavit upon being finished with the alleged record, as well as the written statement and the full transcript of the witness testimony. Now, I'm about to leave General Khumalo's part and then go now to General Senthumule's part. There are things that I feel that I noted that I must also bring to the fore, where I made notes on the side. So I needed to hear from my council chair, because he said this morning she advised me and said, I saw, or I was advised that you have 1, 2, 3, 4 that you want to mention. Don't mention it before you discuss it with me. So I will rather maybe proceed, and then maybe at break, then she will advise me. But I do have my minutes that I made, so as not to deviate from the statement and waste time. Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you.
General Senthumule's testimony. At the time of depositing to this affidavit, I had not been finished with the written statement and the incomplete transcript of General Senthumule's evidence before the Commission. I have accordingly not been in a position to properly consider or analyze her evidence in its entirety. In the circumstances, I respectfully reserve my right to supplement this affidavit and to deal fully with General Senthumule's evidence once the written statement and full transcript have been made available. Notwithstanding the above, I wish to draw the Commission's attention to General Senthumule's public criticism. During her testimony before the Commission of the disbandment of the PKTT and the withdrawal of the 121 dockets. However, on numerous occasions during telephonic conversation between General Senthumule and myself prior thereto, she was openly critical of the PKTT. Especially, I recall a particular telephone conversation in which General Senthumule expressed the view that the PKTT was untouchable and alleged that, in her opinion, the task team was being used to siphon the budget allocated to it. She further indicated that she did not believe that the PKTT genuinely engaged in effective policing or delivering meaningful investigative outcome. I was also able to retrieve a
General, sorry to interrupt, but again, for the record, I must point out that you did provide the Commission again on Monday with 2 annexures, SS 41 and 42, and you requested that they be read together with this paragraph that you just read out, section 228. I'm just putting that on the record.
I was able to retrieve a recording of this conversation from my device, and I finished a copy thereof to my attorneys for forward transmission to the Commission. I wanted to play that recording, to request that it be played. It's not long, but I know that the kind of a person who came here before the Commission and testified, and I want the Commission to hear the same person, the different language the same person is now talking. I don't know if I should continue reading.
We'll play the audio clip, but there is also a transcript of the audio clip, and that's at SS 47. If I can just SS 40, I'll just locate the file now, Commissioner Below. File 2A.
Said SS 47.
It's, apologies, Commissioner Below, it's SS 42. Page 627.
Please play the clip.
Now, that is not the and I'm giving my own opinion.
Yeah.
Under the guise of this task team.
Nathi sikhona lapha
Honestly.
siyaphandwa lapha siyaphenywa lapha.
Yeah, and ngiyacabanga ukuthi Natali, I'm sure we're busy because this is where these things are cooked. What I find embarrassing, and when I talk to people, sometimes they are complicit to crime being committed.
Yeah.
Which are complicit because
Yeah.
Ne?
Yeah.
Leamfana bekai constable nini ngisayichabdi oba warrant oba captain seka uKennel but uhamba la khamba khona uLucky.
Oh, uLucky ulomubi.
uLucky umkhona.
Oh.
So at some point there was into ngathi bayarelate bayafana futhi. Ngathi they relate.
Oh, fana nomkhwanazi.
Yeah, kakhulu futhi. So
and uyena lo suspect ukuthi uthathe imali.
I would suspect uye lo NPA ethatha imali but
ngithumela ushabalala.
Manje into engayi-understand ne ukuthi abokhumalo like bakhuluma ngathi benza into ezi-right like mina kuthi general ngafunda ukuthi uba yisilima kuyanceda yabona ngoba mawusuka ubabonisa ukuthi uyabona kula wenza khona izitha so rather abacabanga ukuthi uhleli la abacabanga ukuthi uhleli khona but it's the same young Khumalo busy. I asked him the other day ngimbonise ngathi ufunani wena la bathi ngimkuthathe ngathi uqashe ngawo cishe ngathi hawu so umkhwanazi ukuthumele ngala
ugijima ngami lo
so uthunyiwe because trust me at some point he was his driver ne mara ukuthi nje yela ungambona ufana noLucky at some point I can't remember wathi no ngathi bayahlobana yabona. So I understand ukuthi le team wayengakhona ukuma sorry but it is because khona udoti nje abawupushayo that I can tell you because yini into enzima that's why ngithi mina tomorrow sibize ukuthi ama-docket if as a court there's no need for a team ukuthi hlala yenzani if case ye-court niyabizwa niyasapuna nama-witnesses you understand niya on that day hayi ukuthi kumele nihlale ngathi nilinde.
I think uconsultant noLucky wathi no ama-docket wamalethela kini
but akakwazi angisho kune-instruction general
ukuthi aye kuwe.
yes
yebo.
So which is why ngithi mina yabona ukuthi without ukuthi siveze ukuthi mina ngime kuphi asiyenza ofisa ukubona usibize nje uthi hayi na instruction general Senthumule give me feedback yebo.
Yeah ngizombiza but angithi uzongitshela nje anginikeza i-excuse ukuthi akekho local or ukuphi angithi ubonile ukuthi yena siya-attenda wonke umuntu uyattenda yena akaveli yena.
Ufonile nje ubaletha ama-dockets ngathi mina sonke base size college onubuku wathi yena hayi uke uhlale ofisini ngathi mina hey kumnandi bawe ngoba wena uvunyelwe uyabona.
Yena ubhizi uyazi ngokutshela babhizi bagijima ngami left right and center hot monitoring basizama amafoni wami ngapha nangapha ngiyathola konke lokho yabo.
But into ebuhlungu general ne ukuthi umgodi mina ngafunda ukuthi umgodi mawugubha akungeni lo mgubhela ungena wena.
Iproblem ukuthi ngihlala nomphathi wami ungathakazi lokho kodwa uyazi ukungibuya. Ngicela ukuphendula lokho lengenayo tu.
Okay general mina tekele sharp general.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. When she says Umene Tekela, she's actually saying, referring to the National Commission, and say the National Commissioner Imene. I do have another recording, but I don't think it's necessary to play it because it has got also another language used by her. But it's a recording. If the commissioners want to have it, it's available to have it. So I just wanted to to show that one moment she was saying, when she speaks about General Mkhwanazi, she says, Ushamas, we bambishisa, wenza so. In the meantime, on the other hand, this is the language that she speaks to me as we speak. So, and the reason why I recorded something that led to this is that the National Commissioner gave me information about what she said about me. And she said, you can go ask her. And then in going to confront her, I realized that if I were to go confront her, she might come back and say, I came to threaten her, I did this and I did that. And so I realized that that might be dangerous. So I went straight home. When I'm at home, because the National Commissioner said, you can ask her. She was sitting here where you are sitting in a private jet and said she was sitting there and she said 1, 2, 3. So as a result of that, I called her, but I chose to make sure that at least let me record the conversation so that tomorrow, even when she makes allegations, I'm protected. That's the sole reason why I had to record that. But I will move on now. Now,
General, let's just place is the date, look at the first page, at page 626 of the transcript. Is the, SS42. Is the date recorded there, to your recollection, the date of the discussion between you and General Senthumule?
It has got the date on it, the recording.
It's this is in file 2A, page 626, SS42. And then there's recorded at and then date held. So I wanted to know if you confirm that that's the date you had the discussion with General Senthumule.
That's the date, because I see the verse number.
Please read the date into the record.
This is to certify.
Not just the date, just
or the
read
date.
the date. Yes.
Or the date, it will be on the 23rd of 4/2025.
Thank you, General.
That's all.
And that was the date on which you had this conversation with General Senthumule?
I take it because I know it from my phone. That's got the date now. I see the date. I confirm. If this date that I see here is that what is in the recording, I confirm.
Well, can you, in the adjournment, just double check that that is the correct date of the conversation?
I will do that. And then the last.
Before you move on, General, Ms. Hassim, you've given these additional annexures. SS42, we know it's that transcript of the discussion. What is SS41 for the record? And I don't recall whether the supplementary SS46 that you referred to earlier, whether it was described for the record, because we didn't go to it. So if you would just say what it is.
I'll do so. SS41 is merely a placeholder for the actual audio recording. So we've just listened to SS41. Okay. SS42 is a transcript of that audio recording. And
you can come back to 46 if you're not able to say it now.
SS46 is the register that the General was referring to for the allocation of the car to his office.
Thank you.
The second example that I want to give, which is in fact criminal in nature. General Senthumule said to the commissioners in her testimony here that I was paranoid that I'm being investigated all the time. Now, what happened? And she said her gadgets were taken by the Hawks, her gadgets were taken by IPIT. What actually happened is that I applied to have a security threat assessment conducted for me because of the work that I was doing. especially coming back from the city of Joburg, where I had protectors due to the high level of corruption, the work that I was doing that side, and she rejected it. At that time, as I came in, I reported under her. Now she rejected it.
So she rejected what exactly?
My request. She disapproved it. The National Commissioner called her and said, but you can do it, because even myself, when I was there, at this level, I had protection. And then she said, she wrote there, I've got paperwork, and I think I attached it. She said, I need a policy that says I can do it. This is what she said. After quite some time, weeks later, I get a call from Department of Finance. Department of Finance is saying, General, we keep on getting these overtime claims about people that are bodyguarding you. Do you have protectors? I say, no, I don't have bodyguards. He said, but we've got this paperwork with her signature and staff officer's signature claiming overtime for me, for the protectors that are protecting me. People that I've never seen, their names are there, I know them, I've seen them. I've never met those people even to date. I have paperwork where overtime was paid, where paperwork was signed by her, together with her staff officer. Then what should a reasonable man under or in my position do? Is to report it. And I reported it to IPIT. So IPIT, please look into this. And I didn't want to maintain a bad relationship with her. I became neutral and unchanged. I continued to work with her as if everything is normal. Now, the bottom line is, I was not protected by those individuals. Here's paperwork with her signature. I wish it can be shown here, in fact, because I did submit it. However, what is important to note is that money was paid. I did not have those bodyguards. She signed together with the PA, with her staff officer. That's the bottom line. So those two on each, I want to just, Chair, I've got a number of issues that I want to raise in relation to this part of General Senthumule. Now, the difference that I had with General Senthumule is that I was after I was then promoted to become her boss now. The thing is, she came here, she was talking about, I've been the chair of this and I'm the chairperson of this, and in some of those I nominated there to be the chair there, I sent her there. Now, I want to say, like the recent Interpol one in Cape Town, I'm the one who said we've got the National Assembly of Interpol represent us as the division, and she went and she was the one representing us there. But what I want to say is that each time we appoint someone to act as the acting divisional commissioner, because she's going all over the country to Malawi, every now and then she's going. When the person that I appoint to act, they will find 3-4 boxes with a lot of files. And you find that some of the due date have long passed, and then we are sitting with boxes that are unsigned, and the National Commissioner says, but what is going on? Why do I get this file 3 months later? Or some of the files are just lying and have not been signed. And some of them, she will take them home and they will spend weeks at her home. Now, I then wrote an email to all of them, including the component heads, that says documents should not sit in any office for more than 48 hours. I must have it so that I can also sign, because I account to the National Commissioner.
And those HR issues now, this about boxes and so on, and how
I've
long they should or should not be kept. Are those not HR issues that should have been ventilated within SAPS? Do they bear relevance to what we are investigating?
Yes. What I'm saying is that I'm leading to, there's a number of things, including that what is being investigated, but something caused the situation to to be the way it is, where I have to then, she said I'm a touch and go. Today you are in good terms, tomorrow you are not. But the problem is that I have to do my work. For me not to fail the National Commissioner, I also have to be strict on some instances. That's why I was saying this, Commissioner. But there's a number of issues that I've written here that I must point out. That is one of them. I'm moving to the next one, and I don't know if I've...
What I will say is this. We don't want to be seen to be suppressing you on matters of criminality or alleged criminality, especially at a level as high as that of lieutenant generals, or generals for that matter, even if below lieutenant general. We would not want to be seen to be suppressing you on that. But looking at your statement, it's probably, yeah, it's certainly one of the longest, probably around the length of Minister Mkunu's. Yours and Minister Mkunu's are the longest we have had thus far. So that tells me that there must have been extensive consultations between you and your legal representatives. I'm surprised that you have all these additional issues which you want to add. And I'm wondering whether you did not inform your legal representatives about them. Because if you had and they are of relevance, I would imagine they would have been included here. But I go back to the point I made initially, which is that it would be the last thing we would want to do, that is to suppress you on allegations of criminality. But you appear to have a whole lot of things that you say you have notes on and which you say you want to add. I would say this, perhaps, Ms. Killian, perhaps it's best that you should have discussions with your client on these additional issues, because it gets difficult and it presents us here with certain practical issues for us to first have to listen and then down the line decide, but do we want to get into files that have been delayed and been kept for 3 months and so on, and then we move on, we listen. We don't want to listen to that as well. It just presents us with difficulties.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what is raised, and this has been discussed with the witness. We will again raise it during the tea time. I think if he moves on his statement and keep those additional issues for discussions and consultation purposes.
Yeah. The other option is for the witness, subject to your advice, of course, to furnish us with a supplementary statement that touches on all these issues.
If it is necessary, we will consider that position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. General, please continue with your statement. So I again emphasize that we are not suppressing you on testifying on matters of criminality that bears relevance to our terms of relevance. But please take advice from your
I do, Chair. May I ask a question, Chair?
Yes.
Or just a comment, and this with respect as well. Now, I'm not arguing. Please don't punish me for that, Chair. What I want to raise, Chair, is that from 6 July, when a statement was made about General Sibia being a criminal, and when things were said by all the witnesses, many witnesses that came in, and just all of them panting General Sibia, and I know the commission is sitting here with General Sibia, who is known to be this criminal. And I was also advised to keep quiet and you speak at the right time, at the right platform. Now I'm at the right platform where I've kept quiet. They've brought many witnesses. Everything is about me, even out there, the whole country watching me. And when I'm supposed to bring now my story, I'm going to leave here now not having brought their own story that relates to the work of the commission and the work that I am doing, or that I did that involved them, including even in criminal activities. because it's bullet. I know there has been a lot of rush work because of the way the commission, the first lawyer that I dealt with resigned from the firm and left, and then she took over. Now the next thing is every now and then we're receiving piles and piles of files from the commission, even until the last hour. Now, when I write, I read the statement. On the side, I make notes. My team was saying to me, read your statement, and then make notes on the side. Now, I read my statement and I make notes on the things that I want to say as examples, because if I had to give it to them, it's going to be a very long document. So I thought some of the things I'll speak to. Now, if I am not able to point them out, I know my legal, like I said initially, she said to me, whatever that you want to say, let's discuss it first. But I thought some of these things will be relevant to the work that is being done by the commission. But I will take advice, Chair, from you with respect. I will then just for now keep quiet and then listen what the council will advise me on. I will read the statement. My only pain is that my story is not known and is not heard by the nation as it's supposed to be, because I know that it is not true and I have evidence. Somebody spoke about the BBL. And I know Commissioner Khumalo was also asking questions about the BBL. She reported to me she was sitting she could not sit in the car. She was lying in the car because she had to spend over 3 months without sitting.
Who's she?
General Senthumule. Now, I'm just saying there's a whole lot of things that one must talk to as we go along. It's a lot.
General, earlier I said, the idea is not to gag you on matters that bear relevance to what the commission is investigating, especially matters of criminality. That's the last thing we would want to do. But I am saying, and you say that you want the nation to know your story. You have told your story. Yes, you may have other detail. In the 90 pages of your statement, which, as I said, is one of the longest we have had, you have told your story, and you are going to go through that entire statement, and the nation will hear what you have to say. I'm making a simple point, and it is this. We listen to you, you tell us about matters of criminality, and then you move on to other issues, and these are not in your statement. You move on to other issues, one example being the question of the loads and loads of files, about which you raised a complaint. These have been kept for more than 3 months. Files should not be kept for this long. And I ask you, is that not an HR matter? We are going, if you have all of these stories which are not in your statement, we are going to be engaging on the relevance of some of those stories. And we are going to waste time in the process. I make a simple suggestion to you, which I also make to Ms. Killian, your advocate. And I say, please confer with Ms. Killian. Ms. Killian, as your legal advisor, will advise you which ones of those matters are relevant and should therefore be raised with the commission. She will also even advise you whether the best way of doing that is by way of a supplementary statement or by way of you giving testimony here about them. I see no unfairness at all in that.
Thank you very much,
I see no unfairness at all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll proceed, Chair.
Please.
Paragraph, I have to now go to command and control and failures evidential from the National Commissioner's testimony. In this section of the affidavit, I deal with the overarching tenor of the testimony before the Commission, with particular reference to the evidence of the National Commissioner and to a lesser extent that of General Mkhwanazi. The National Commissioner's testimony contained nuanced inconsistencies which raises legitimate questions regarding the effectiveness of his leadership. By way of example, his version reflects a situation in which two senior officials were permitted to operate under contradictory instructions without clarity or coordination at the level of National Commissioner. Such contradictory direction is indicative of ineffective command and control, creates confusion within the organization, undermines operational efficiency, and exposes the institution to unnecessary risk. Now, I make a note here that says, please refer to the Portfolio Committee's chair statement, but I'll proceed with the statement. What is particularly remarkable is the vagueness of the National Commissioner's testimony regarding the steps he took once he became aware that the docket had been moved to head office when questioned by Commissioner Baloyi on the action he took in response to this development. It was expressly put to him that I reported to him and that he was my superior, yet despite this knowledge, the National Commissioner was unable to articulate any decisive action that he took to address what he now characterized as serious misconduct. Then I also read 235 and 236 and 237. It was further put to him that he knew there was no approved plan authorizing the relocation of the dockets, and when asked General Masemola what he did about this, his response was, and I quote, "At some point I did talk to him, that I hear rumors that dockets are here. Remember the agreement was dockets go to province, which you disprove, that they go to station of origin. So there cannot be dockets that come to this head office. So make sure that you do likewise. There should not be dockets that is here." I'm continuing with the statement, but I wanted to just quickly point out that the Commissioner also says that they said docket should go to province. He agrees that the docket had to go to province. It is extraordinary that this constituted the response of the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. General Masemola has repeatedly asserted that my purported instruction to have the dockets brought to head office was highly irregular and improper. Yet, when confronted with precisely the same circumstances he now elevates as a grave irregularity, the extent of his intervention was limited to vague and informal remarks about rumors rather than any decisive or corrective action. Considering the fact that General Senthumule said, I did inform the National Commissioner, so it's not rumors, he was told by General Senthumule. I'm proceeding. Such a response is wholly inconsistent with the seriousness he claims to attach to the matter. His failure to act in the face of what he alleges was a serious procedural impropriety fundamentally undermines the credibility of his allegations against me and reflect a concerning abdication of leadership responsibilities at a critical juncture. This is, in my view, calls into question the sudden outrage directed at my purported conduct and suggests an after-effect reconstruction of events rather than a genuine concern. The stance now advanced by the National Commissioner bears no resemblance to his previous conduct and appears instead to have emerged only once there was heightened national scrutiny and criticism following the press briefing delivered by General Mkhwanazi. It is significant that at a time when he claims to have held grave reservations about the handling of the dockets and the disbandment implementation plan, he neither actively intervened to halt the purported irregular conduct nor took any formal steps to reprimand me or take corrective action. His current assertion must therefore be understood within the context in which they arise. They are calculated to create distance between himself and operational decisions made under his oversight and to deflect responsibility at a moment when public attention has intensified. Such conduct creates the distinct impression that the narrative now advanced is shaped less by an accurate recollection of events and more by a desire to protect his own position in response to external criticism. These inconsistencies warrant a cautious approach by the Commission in assessing the credibility of the evidence and his attempt to attribute impropriety to my actions. Of equal concern is the National Commissioner's testimony regarding the events surrounding the attempted return of the dockets to KwaZulu-Natal. He testified that I was not supposed to remove the dockets from the province without knowledge of the provincial commissioner. Yet, despite this alleged impropriety, he stated that I should finish what I started and ensure that the dockets were returned in the same way that I had taken them. Just to remind the commissioners that considering the fact that they were brought by General Khumalo and he sent Sergeant Khumalo. They were brought by CI to head office, not by me. It devised logic that the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service would respond in such a manner. Even if one were to assume, for argument's sake, that he was genuinely dissatisfied with the relocation of the dockets to head office, his response upon learning of the failed effort to return them to KwaZulu-Natal and the reasons therefore ought to have been to intervene decisively. One would reasonably expect the National Commissioner, as the ultimate custodian of command and control, to take charge of the situation, to engage directly with General Mkhwanazi, and to issue clear formal directives to ensure that the dockets were returned through proper channels. Instead, his purported instructions suggest abdication of responsibility and a lack of meaningful leadership involvement in an operational matter he now portrays as critical. His reaction in this irreconcilable with the seriousness he attributes to the issue and raises material questions about the reliability of his testimony and the adequacy of his oversight in the circumstances. Importantly, this conduct demonstrates a leader who was not exercising effective control over a matter falling squarely within his responsibility as National Commissioner. It is also noteworthy that the National Commissioner claims that he only became aware in early May that the 121 dockets classified as under investigation by the PKTT had been removed from the PKTT and handed over to General Senthumule, an event he characterized as yet another surprise. It is with respect remarkable that a general of his standing who attended the very meetings at which the operational implementation of the disestablishment plan was discussed could repeatedly profess surprise at developments arising from decisions in whose formulation and oversight he was directly involved. It is equally difficult to accept this aspect of his version. On his own account, he was working closely with General Khumalo in putting together the phased-out disestablishment plan. It was General Khumalo who, on the 28th of April, handed the case dockets to General Senthumule. Yet the National Commissioner would have the Commission accept that General Khumalo, who was operating in close coordination and proximity with him throughout his process, did not inform him. On the very day that the docket had been handed over, that proposition is quite simply impossible. Now I move into allegations of a potentially corrupt relationship with Brown Mokhotsi. I know Brown Mokhotsi as an activist based in the Northwest province. During or about December 2024, Mokhotsi began contacting me, during which communications he warned me that certain individuals were purportedly attempting to have me removed from SAPS. He further informed me that false information was being circulated about me. I met Mokhotsi for the first time in January 2025 when I was in Cape Town, or about the 8th. Now, here in the statement, it says about the 8th to attend the African National Congress Gala Dinner event. It was an error here because I was there on official duties, not attending the gala dinner. I was not even at the gala dinner myself, so I think it was just an unfortunate sentence how it was crafted here by maybe my lawyer.
So you're wishing to amend your
amend
paragraph 250?
Yes, I never attend the gala dinner. I don't attend the gala dinner. I was there at January 8th, as the management of the police will be there to manage the big event that takes place.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Sorry, I just want to understand, when in January 2025 were you in Cape Town? What dates?
It is somewhere from the 5th until the 12th. I think we've got paperwork around that that shows the...
Okay, so you were there from 5 to 12. You can provide us with that paperwork.
I have it. You'll get it over
Okay.
lunch.
5 to 12 January 2025. And for what purpose were you there?
It is meetings with the minister, including also running over to January 8th and beyond.
What do you mean by running over to January 8th?
We went there to Cape Town. The whole management of the police was in Cape Town because if there's going to be a big event, a major event, there will be a deployment in that specific province. And then some of the meetings and operations will be held from that particular province where there's going to be a major event.
Did you attend the ANC gala dinner?
No.
Okay.
It's what I'm trying to correct.
Thanks.
So would it be accurate to record it like this? I met Mokhotsi for the first time in January 2025 when I was in Cape Town from 5 to 12 January 2025 on official business for meetings with the minister. I did not attend the ANC Gala Dinner event.
Yes, the only correction or thing that may change, Chair, will be the date. I do have it. Last night I looked at it, I've got it. So I will make it available, including the signatures of the National Commission that authorized me to go there and the hotel bookings. I've got it. So I was just saying this was a typo, that it was at the gala dinner. I haven't been at the gala dinner. So subsequent to that meeting, Mokhotsi and I met on a couple of occasions in Johannesburg. When I say on a couple of occasions, it's 2 times.
Sorry, General. Sorry to interrupt you. I was going to leave it for later, but I actually think I should ask you this now because it is to clarify your own statement. And that when you say you met him for the first time in January, do you remember the date on which you met him? Because initially when I read the statement, I thought it was around the 8th but it's not clear to me now.
No,
So when did you meet him?
No, around the 8th. Around the 8th, it was the January 8th statement, somewhere there. But I'm not sure whether it may have been on the 8th exactly, because remember sometimes the 8th becomes on a Wednesday or Thursday, but you find that then the event will be on a Saturday. So, but it was around that. So I have, let me provide the paperwork, but I met him around that morning before I left, because it was the first time I was going to meet him or see him. What happened, you see, I tend now to explain. And I don't want to explain.
Okay, I just...
Sorry. Is it not enough if we just proceed on the basis that it was on one of the days when he was in Cape Town?
That's fine, Chair. I just wanted to know whether
Yes,
there was a date that
all right.
witness could give us. If
yeah,
not, we will deal with it later.
I'm saying this because I see that
Yes.
the general is not able to
Yes.
give us a specific date. Yeah.
I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed with your statement.
On the occasions where I met Mohotsi, we did not discuss any official policing business, nor did we discuss any operational, investigative or intelligence-related matters pertaining to the SAPS. Our interactions were not of an official nature, nor did they involve the exercise of any police function, the exchange of confidential information, or any discussion related to my official duties or responsibilities. But safe to say that I did explain that mostly when I met Mohotsi, he informed me about the danger that I'm facing, that be careful, you are being investigated yourself. And there's a part that I didn't want to explain, Chair, that looks like, for instance, or maybe I'll inform the evidence at the later stage, because it was not my place to say 1, 2. I can only end it here and say this is where I know him. And then the other part I'll explain to the evidence leader, and then the commissioners will say, no, you can say it. Significantly, at no stage has Mohotsi asked or suggested or attempted to arrange for me to meet Madlanga. The inquiry docket and search and seizure warrant.
General, maybe before you proceed there, in that paragraph 250, that very last line where you say, subsequent to that meeting, Mohotsi and I met on a couple of occasions in Johannesburg. Couple here meaning twice?
Two
or
times.
It's just informal? Twice.
Two
Only
times.
Twice. Okay, thank you.
The inquiry docket and search and seizure warrant. On 7 July 2025, an inquiry docket PHQ 2/07/2025 was opened to investigate allegations arising from a media briefing by General Mkhwanazi concerning the disbandment of the PKTT, with Brigadier Sipokunene appointed as the investigating officer. On or about 25th of August 2025, Brigadier Kunene launched an ex parte application in terms of Section 29, subsection 1A of the Cybercrime Act for the issuing of a search, access and seizure warrant. That application identified me and 3 others as suspects in respect of offenses including defeating or obstructing the course of justice, fraud, corruption under the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, and contravention of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament Act. Pursuant to that application, Mudau Judge J granted an order on 25th of August 2025 authorizing the search and seizure of 2 iPhone devices belonging to Madlanga. On 8 October 2025, Mudau J granted a further order ostensibly based on the same ex parte application, authorizing a separate warrant, one, directed at me alone. Warrant one authorized the search and the search, access, seizure of electronic communications linked to my email account and was executed on 9 October 2025 by members of South African Police Service, including Brigadier Kunene. A copy of warrant one is attached here to marked SS35. During the execution of the warrant, my laptop and 4 mobile phones were seized, as well as devices belonging to my, here is written to my wife, children, and my protectors. I want to correct,
Yes, General.
that my wife's device was not taken because she was not around. My children, they just looked into their phones and left them. They went through them to see what is inside, and they left the one for the children. So it's something that just needed to be corrected. And
So should it read, my laptop and 4 mobile phones were seized, as well as devices belonging to my protectors?
Yes. Now, I don't know somewhere
But does the rest of that sentence still hold true?
it will be true. Because even for the protectors, they took their cell phones as well. So I don't know if it's, I will read. Notwithstanding that several of those devices were not authorized by the warrant, a further mobile phone was seized from me on 17 October 2025 when I came back from ad hoc committee. On or about 21st October 2025, a letter of demand was addressed on my behalf to Brigadier Kunene and the National Commissioner, detailing the defects in the warrant one, recording the unlawfulness of the search and seizure, and demanding the immediate return of the seizure items. No response was received. A copy of this letter of demand is attached here to marked as SS36. I must say, till to date, I still don't have my devices, and some of the information that I needed was in the devices. I don't have. On the 2nd of December 2025, my attorneys were served with a further search, access, and seizure warrant, warrant 2, authorized on 1 December 2025 by Mudau J, pursuant to a second ex parte application launched by Brigadier Kunene under the same case number. Upon consideration of that application, it is apparent that the founding affidavit is, in all material respect, a duplication of the affidavit used in the first ex parte application, save that the number of alleged suspects was increased without explanation, and additional individuals were authorized to participate in the search and seizure operation. Now, on 8 December 2025, I launched an application for the rescission of the order granted ex parte by the Honorable Mudau J on 1st December 2025 on the basis that the resort to an ex parte procedure, particularly in respect of the second ex parte application, was improper, unjustified, and constituted an abuse of process designed to obtain intrusive relief without proper notice or judicial scrutiny. This application is still pending. Chair, what I wanted to point out, Chair.
Sorry, just a moment, General. Chair, it's just past 11. I wasn't sure whether we should just continue to 11:15
Let's-
or take a break.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Let's just listen to what the general wants to point out, and then we'll take the break.
The issue of in the previous paragraph that I just read, the issue of the additional non-subs individuals were authorized to participate in the search and seizure operation. Something that I just want to confirm again and ascertain with my legal team when I'm back.
We'll take the adjournment at this stage, but we would like to see the evidence leaders and the legal representatives outside right away, please. We'll resume at, did I say, at past. Let's adjourn.
Just to note that we are going to be delayed by a few more minutes. Yeah, thanks. Good morning again, everyone. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Oh, we do see the legible copies of yesterday's documents. Thank you very much, Ms. Killian.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Or do you want to tell us now what the position is?
Thank you for the indulgence and the extra time allowed to consult with General Sabia. We have come to the agreement, that's myself, my client, my attorney, that he will continue reading into the record his affidavit. If there are one or two additional things that arise, we will consider a supplementary affidavit over the weekend. It is not cast in stone that that is what we will do, because there was just simply too little time to consider each and every subject that should be scrutinized to find its way into a supplementary. If we do resort to a supplementary, my undertaking is that it will be very brief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Killian. Yes, Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, Chair. We can return then to the statement. General, you were at paragraph, you had just completed paragraph 257.
I forgot, Ms. Hassim, you'll assist
Sorry,
us
Chair,
with,
so I
with
forgot
where
as
all
well.
of these should go. Yeah.
I meant to say this is the more legible
Yes,
version
yes,
of
yes.
SS 28.
Oh, all right. Perhaps your junior will mark them for us and stick them, or even the instructing attorney, the attorneys, right? Stick them where they should go.
We'll ask the attorneys to attend to this.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, General?
Thank you, Chair. I have the dates of the trip to Cape Town that I maybe should read into the court record as I proceed. It was from the 5th of January 2025 when we left for Cape Town, and arrived in Cape Town on the 5th of January, and then we left Cape Town on the 12th and arrived at Pretoria on the 12th of January 2025. Those are the dates, Sir.
Oh, thank you, General.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I must resume from which paragraph, Evidence Leader?
Yes, you had just completed 257, so you're now on 258.
On the 2nd of December 2025, my attorneys were served with a further search, access, and seizure warrant, Warrant 2, authorized on the 1st of December 2025 by Mutau J, pursuant to a second ex parte application launched by Brigadier Kunene under the same case number. Upon consideration of that application, it is apparent that the founding affidavit is, in all material respect, a duplication of the affidavit used in the first ex parte application, save that the number of alleged suspects was increased without explanation, and additional non-subs individuals were authorized to participate in the search and seizure operation.
General, were you able to clarify, you were going to check whether that this is accurate, the non-SAPS individuals?
I am able to clarify, and I was clarified, and I'm quite comfortable with what is in the paragraph.
Okay.
On the 8th of December 2025, I launched an application for the rescission of the order granted ex parte by the Honorable Mutau J on 1st December 2025 on the basis that the resort to an ex parte procedure, particularly in respect of the second ex parte application, was improper unjustified, and constituted an abuse of process designed to obtain intrusive relief without proper notice of or judicial scrutiny. This application is still pending. I'm advised that both search and seizure applications and warrant are beset by material defects, either in the manner in which the warrant were obtained or in the execution thereof. In my view, these cumulative irregularities demonstrate a concerted and improper attempt to obtain incriminating material against me, rather than a bona fide investigative process. The manner in which Warrant 1 was executed, including the disproportionate deployment of force and authority and the associated media presence, gives rise to a reasonable inference that the operation was not conducted in a measured or purely investigative manner. Viewed objectively, these circumstances tend to create the perception that the execution of the warrant was calculated to cause reputational harm to me, rather than being confined to what was strictly necessary for the lawful investigative purposes. This event have in turn resulted in extremely social media reporting and commentary, effectively giving rise to a trial by social media, which has, I know it says by trial by media, but it's a typo. It was meant to be social media, which has been materially detriment to me, both personally and professionally. Much of this reporting has been inaccurate and misleading and has amplified reputational harm arising from the manner in which the warrants were executed, rather than reflecting a fair or fact-based account of the underlying events. Now, I'm going to the overall effectiveness or failure of oversight mechanisms within the SAPS. Paragraph 263. Part of the terms of reference of this commission includes an inquiry into the effectiveness or failure of oversight mechanisms within the criminal justice system, as well as the role played by any member of the national executive responsible for the criminal justice system. This encompasses an examination of whether such persons were complicit in, aided or abetted, or otherwise participated in alleged criminal activities, whether they failed to act on credible intelligence or internal warnings, and whether they derived any financial or political benefit from such activities. In such section of my affidavit, I accordingly address conduct within the leadership structures of SAPS, which in my view warrants scrutiny within the scope of the Commission's mandate. Overtime claims in respect of my protection. I became aware of an application for overtime payment in respect of the period 1 May 2023 to 31st of May 2023, allegedly relating to the protection service rendered to me by Warrant Officer Monageng and Warrant Officer Sukhodi, which application was approved by General Senthumule. I attach here to marked Annexer SS37 a copy of the information notice reflecting this application as well as the purported hours of overtime allegedly worked. The application records overtime purportedly worked during May 2023 by Warrant Officer Monageng and Warrant Officer Sukhodi for my protection. This is incorrect. During the period in question, I neither requested nor was allocated any protection service, and no protection details was assigned to me. At no stage during May 2023 did Warrant Officer Monageng or Warrant Officer Sukhodi or any other member of the SAPS perform overtime duties for my protection. The overtime reflected in this application was therefore not rendered as recorded. Upon becoming aware of the existence or an approval of this application, I referred the matter to the Independent Police Investigation Directorate for investigation. The application purposed to claim overtime for services that were not requested, not authorized by me and not performed. The approval of such application in the absence of any factual basis raises serious concerns regarding the accuracy and integrity of the approving authority and the lawfulness of the payment claim. The foregoing raises the question as to how General Senthumule approved the overtime claim in the absence of any verification that protection service were requested, allocated, or rendered, notwithstanding that such verification would have been readily ascertainable. As the approving authority, General Senthumule was required to exercise due diligence to ensure that overtime claims were supported by objective proof that services were authorized and rendered. This would ordinarily include verification of protection allocation records, duty rosters, or confirmation from the protected member. None of this appeared to have been undertaken prior approval of the claim. The approval of an overtime claim in these circumstances is not a minor administrative lapse. It implicates systemic weaknesses in financial and operational controls, particularly where claims relate to protection services, which are sensitive, strictly regulated, and easily verifiable. The approval of such a claim without basic verification raises legitimate concerns about whether oversight mechanisms were functioning as intended. At the minimum, the approval of the application reflects a reckless disregard for the verification obligations attendant upon the approving authority. At worst, it raises the possibility that the approval was granted with knowledge that the service claimed had not been rendered. These are matters that properly fell within the investigative remit of IPIT. Now moving over to governance and oversight issues arising from close personal relationship with the Office of the National Commissioner. I have on numerous occasions received complaints from various members of the South African Police Service regarding allegations of nepotism and preferential treatment within the Office of the National Commissioner. In this regard, I have prepared a presentation which I take the Commission to and which is attached here too, marked SS38, setting out the familial and personal relationship between certain individuals employed within the Office of the National Commissioner. I raise these issues because the existence of close familial personal relationship within a single executive office warrants scrutiny from a governance and oversight perspective, not because such relationships are inherently improper, but because of the heightened risk they pose to objectivity, accountability, and the effective functioning of internal controls. Where reporting lines, decision-making authority, or access to sensitive information intersect with personal relationship, there is an increased risk of perceived or actual conflict of interest, preferential treatment, and weakened oversight in an institution such as SAPS, which exercises extensive coercive powers and manages substantial public resources. The maintenance of transparent, impartial, and robust governance structures is essential to public confidence and institutional integrity. It is for these reasons that the relationship reflected in Access SS38 warrant careful examination within the scope of the Commission's mandate. In amplification of the above, it is noteworthy that the conduct and role of the other Deputy National Commissioners have not been examined by this Commission, despite the Commission's mandate to scrutinize senior leadership within the South African Police Service and the effectiveness of oversight mechanism at that level. In particular, the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for Policing, General Musikidi, who was implicated in an incident at a macro store, in which it was alleged that she attempted to purchase household appliance through informal means and was subsequently deceived by 2 individuals who allegedly provided her with empty boxes after she had paid them an amount of 10,000. Following this incident, General Musigiri opened a criminal case of theft against the 2 individuals, alleging that her belongings had been stolen while they were assisting her to load groceries into the vehicle. The 2 individuals were arrested, after which General Musigiri later withdrew the charges of theft against these 2 individuals. The matter was thereafter referred to IPID, which commenced an inquiry into General Musigiri's conduct arising from the incident, notwithstanding the referral to IPID and the existence of an ongoing investigation. An internal report prepared on the instruction of the National Commissioner subsequently cleared General Musigiri of any wrongdoing. What is of concern from a governance and oversight perspective is the apparent disparity in the manner in which this matter was addressed. When contrasted with the scrutiny applied to other senior SAPS officials, despite the seriousness of the allegations and the fact that the matter had been referred to IPID for independent investigation, an internal report commissioned at the instance of the National Commissioner purported to exonerate General Musigiri. This raises legitimate questions as to the consistency, independence, and robustness of internal accountability mechanism within the SAPS, and whether similar standards of scrutiny are applied uniformly across senior leadership. In or about April 2024, the Public Service Commission issued a report in terms of Section 194 of the Constitution concerning allegations of appointment irregularities at the SAPS. In that report, the Public Service Commission concluded that the promotion of General Sibola to the position of head executive support and internal relations was irregular. A copy of the PSC report is attached here to marked as SS39. Subsequent engagement took place between, I'm reading throughout. Subsequent engagements took place between SAPS and the PSC regarding this finding. This engagement culminated in the preparations of an information note by Lieutenant General Dineo Nkua, the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource Management, in which SAPS records its disagreement with the PSC's conclusion. In the information note, SAPS maintains that the appointment of General Sibola was effected in compliance with the applicable legislative framework and with the requisite authorization of the Minister of Police. A copy of the information note as well as the related correspondence is attached here to marked Annexa SS40. The apparent disjuncture between the findings of the Public Service Commission and the position adopted by SAPS management reflect a broader institutional weakness in internal governance control, particularly in relation to senior appointments, compliance with prescripts, and a clear delineation of authority. Effective governance within SAPS requires that oversight finding be meaningfully engaged with remedial steps be taken where irregularities are identified, and that executive authority be exercised in a manner that is demonstrably consistent with the constitutional and legislative obligations. A further point of concern for me is that General Senthumule has publicly denied having an association with Madlanga. This denial is, however, difficult to reconcile. With information that has come to my attention in particular, it appears that Madlanga was invited on the instruction of General Senthumule to attend the SAPS Service Excellence Award, and that the donation was accepted from his company Medicare 24 in connection with that event. I am in possession of a WhatsApp communication which indicate that General Senthumule instructed Major General Manamela to extend an invitation to Madlanga to attend the Service Excellence Award. In or about 2024, it is further alleged that 10 free refrigerators were accepted by General Senthumule as a donation from Medi 24. I am also informed that Madlanga and his wife were invited to General Senthumule's private residence prior to a relocation, to a trip to Cape Town, not relocation. It's a typo.
Sorry, General. The refrigerator donation was to the SAPS or to her personally?
It's to the SAPS during the Excellence Awards. Those are the fridges that will be given to the best performer on this or that.
Thank you.
In addition, it has been alleged that General Senthumule personally benefited from Madlanga in circumstances that were not disclosed. These allegations include that certain elective medical procedures were performed by medical practitioners, the cost of which were paid for by Mr. Madlanga. I am advised that these benefits were not declared through any formal disclosure. I raise these matters because...
Sorry, General, just before you move on, when you say it has been alleged, who alleges this?
Firstly, I think we had a witness here that spoke about certain senior managers who receive BBL. And then in my case, what I said, where I said that because I work with her every day, I had to give her off. Sometimes because she could not sit, even in the car, even in the office, because she could not work. She had to always, at all times, be standing the whole day because she was not supposed to sit. And I even advised her to work from home. So as to the question as to who alleges, sometimes I shouldn't at this point in time maybe disclose who gave me the information, but I am able to give to the commission if I have to give. I'm forced to give it to the commission because sometimes people's lives could be in danger as well.
Well, I think you should provide to us where you get information from. Otherwise, it just is this allegation that's written in the passive tense. It has been alleged. So I would ask that you do give us that information. You can give it to us during the adjournment, if you wish.
Yes, may I come back maybe the next morning with that response, Chair, so that I consult extensively in that regard.
Continue.
I raise these matters because if established, they would raise serious concerns relating to conflict of interest, disclosure obligations, and the integrity of governance and oversight mechanism within the SAPS. I accordingly place these matters before the Commission for consideration insofar as they may be relevant to its mandate to examine ethical governance, accountability, and the effectiveness of internal safeguards within the senior leadership of the SAPS. The National Commissioner's leadership style. The National Commissioner's approach to conflict resolution has on a number of occasions reflected inconsistency and apparent partiality, particularly in matters involving General Khumalo and myself. Although the National Commissioner acknowledged my concerns regarding being undermined and bypassed by General Khumalo, his interventions were largely limited and reactive rather than proactive or corrective. In one instance, I was advised that certain issues should not be raised publicly or in the presence of junior officials. While this guidance is understandable from the perspective of maintaining hierarchy and discipline, its practical effect was that the conduct complained of was not addressed, thereby allowing the situation to persist without consequences. The National Commissioner's approach in these circumstances appeared to have the preservation of long-standing personal relationship over the consistent enforcement of accountability, proper governance, and command discipline. During a visit to Cape Town, the National Commissioner convened a private meeting with the Provincial Commissioner of Crime Intelligence from the Free State. It was the Provincial Commissioner, and then it was the Provincial Commissioner of Free State, and then the Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence, and several senior crime intelligence officials. Despite my position as the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for crime intelligence, and notwithstanding that operational oversight of these matters fell squarely within my mandate, I was neither invited nor informed of this meeting. The meeting proceeded for approximately an hour in my absence. This exclusion had the effect of undermining my authority and bypassing established oversight and command structures. It further illustrates a pattern in which informal and decision-making were centralized, while institutionally mandated oversight roles were marginalized to the detriment of transparent, accountable, and effective governance within South African Police Service.
You said informal, I think it's information. 3 lines from the top, 3 lines from the bottom.
Which information and decision-making were centralized, while institutionally mandated oversight roles were marginalized to the detriment of transparent, accountable, and effective governance within South African Police Service. A further concerning example of inappropriate conduct relates to the National Commissioner's engagement with my former wife, Ms. Christine Bonang Ngwenya. Without my knowledge or consent, the National Commissioner disclosed to her allegation that I was lobbying for his position and investigating the former Minister of Police, Brigitte. He further instructed her not to disclose this information to me. This conduct circumvented established... This conduct circumvented established professional and institutional channels and constituted a clear breach of appropriate boundaries by drawing a personal relationship into an internal professional dispute. It had the effect of undermining my standing within the service, compromising trust, and exacerbating tensions in circumstances that ought properly to have been addressed through formal and accountable mechanism. The National Commissioner's conduct reflects a pattern of unequal application of accountability standard. While I face suspension and intense scrutiny, General Mkhwanazi remained in his office despite serious criminal allegations. He consistently protected General Khumalo despite documented complaints and misconduct, allowing him to continue influencing crime intelligence operations without consequences. This disparity in treatment reinforces concerns regarding selective enforcement, inconsistent consequences management, and the erosion of principled leadership within the service. Overall, the leadership approach of the National Commissioner may be characterized as predominantly reactive rather than proactive, marked by partiality and the protection of personal alliances, the centralization of decision-making authority, inconsistent communication, and a tolerance for the persistence of misinformation and reputational harm. In conclusion, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Commission for affording me the opportunity to place evidence before it on matters of significant public importance that affect the country, as well as issues that have had a profound impact on my professional career. I have approached this process in the spirit of transparency and cooperation, mindful of the Commission's mandate to examine systemic weaknesses, accountability failures, and the effectiveness of oversight within the criminal justice system. This process is grounded in the Constitution of South Africa, which requires that all exercises of public power be lawful, accountable, and transparent, and that institutions entrusted with policing and criminal justice operate without fear, favor, or prejudice. It is my hope that the Commission's findings will assist the President in safeguarding against the use of public funds and state resources for purposes unrelated to the constitutional mandate of the criminal justice system, including the pursuit of personal vendettas, factional interest, or succession battles, but are instead deployed solely in furtherance of the constitutional imperatives of accountability, impartiality, and the public interest. The misuse of state institutions and resources for such purposes undermines the rule of law, erodes public confidence in law enforcement agencies, and diverts scarce resources away from their constitutional mandate to prevent, combat, and investigate crime. Furthermore, it is incumbent upon leadership, not only within the criminal justice system, but across the public service more broadly, to remain constantly mindful of the people they are entrusted to serve. Public office demands that the interests of the public be placed above personal ambition, factional consideration, or internal contest for power, and that state resources are never deployed to advance such interests. Section 195 of the Constitution requires accountability, ethical conduct, and fidelity to the public interest in the exercise of all public power. I accordingly trust that the Commission's findings and recommendations will assist in strengthening oversight, restoring institutional integrity, and ensuring that the criminal justice system serves the people of South Africa rather than personal or factional agendas. The Bill of Rights is a foundational pillar of South Africa's constitutional democracy. It affirms the rights of all persons and entrenches the value of human dignity, equality, and freedom. Where law enforcement agencies are captured, manipulated, or utilized to shield certain individuals from accountability or to target others for improper or ulterior purposes, the constitutional rights of those unjustly accused are directly and seriously infringed. Such conduct is incompatible with the Constitution and cannot be countenanced, as it undermines the rule of law and the legitimacy of the criminal justice system itself. Finally, I trust that the evidence I have presented will assist the Commission in the fulfillment of its constitutional and statutory responsibilities, while also providing a fair and balanced context to matters that have had a profound and ongoing impact on my professional career and personal integrity. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. Now that we've completed this statement and your evidence from your perspective, there are several areas in respect of which we have questions. But let's begin at the top of your statement before we get to the topic of disbandment. You spent some amount of time taking the Commission through a history of complaints or investigations against you. There are about 6 of them that you've listed, going back to 2015. Is it correct that each of these complaints against you were brought at different times in different work environments?
Correct.
And if I recall correctly, the first is the dismissal by the Hawks in 2015. Is that right?
Correct.
Then the rendition matter. Then the alleged fraudulent travel claims, allegations of high treason, the public protector investigation, the whole investigation into the city of Johannesburg, your appointment, salary, procurement of equipment, and then finally your suspension.
Correct.
From the service last year.
Correct.
And I take it you don't suggest, therefore, that there is one person that is orchestrating these complaints or one group that's orchestrating these complaints against you. Is that correct, if I were to say that?
It's not correct.
So the reason you provided this is to say there is an orchestrated campaign?
Yes, and I gave a clear background in that regard, where it stems from, and as a continuation of what happened and the role players. So I substantiated where I come from.
Okay, but when you say it's orchestrated, who do you say is orchestrating it? Because you've agreed that they all happen at different points in time over the last 11 years, in different work environments, brought by different people.
Chairpersons, I don't think I need to go any far other than to refer the commissioners to the court papers themselves. Starting from the rendition, when they were, starting from Judge Matojane, all the judges that were involved and their comments about what happened, my involvement, whether I was involved or not, leading up to the CT where all the judges where my matters were presented ruled in my favor, and based on the fact that there's no evidence against me or I was not even involved.
I accept that. I'm not saying that you are guilty of any, I'm not commenting on the merits of any of those complaints. I'm talking more about the purpose for which you've put it before this commission. You're saying because it's orchestrated. So that suggests that there's one person or one group of people that's doing this, and I'm asking you, and you're saying, yes, that's true.
Yes.
So who's the person?
I underlined political interference in my judgments. And then now I indicated, commissioners, and said, it is this political party, the MK party, that started the marches, that opened criminal cases, that to it around my buildings. Now, and then I also even went to an extent of mentioning that the same minister who was the minister at the time I was expelled, I'm dealing with the same minister who is actually behind the political party that is actually dealing with my situation.
So the answer to the question is it's the MK party.
Well, it's one of them.
And who else?
One of them, remember there are many role players at different stages.
Okay, so there isn't one person or one grouping, there are several groupings.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to be clear on that. Then we hear from you on the issue of disbandment, and you have said disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team. When did you first find out about the decision to disband?
When the letter was circulated in media, we all saw it.
When it was circulated in the media?
Yes.
So that was immediately?
I think it was on the same day, the 31st.
But you also said that you weren't surprised with that decision.
Yes.
And the reason you are not surprised is because, for one, you referred to the Murray report. And your evidence was that this was part of the discussion. This was foreshadowed in the Murray report.
No. I'm not basing my response based on the Murray report. There was a build-up of a series of meetings that happened, including the Murray report was part of the whole thing.
Yes, so I'm not saying it's the only thing. I'm saying it was one of the events.
I'll feel comfortable when we talk about the fact that there was a build-up. There's been several meetings and consultations, so it never could come as a surprise because it wasn't just a shock.
Yes. But I want to probe further. We've heard you say that, but I want to understand from you that one of the reasons you say it wasn't a surprise is because it was foreshadowed in the Murray report. And when you first referred to the Murray report yesterday, I asked you to take us to the part of the Murray report where it speaks about disbandment. And then we didn't dwell on it because we said we would return. and I'm returning to it now. So if we could just go to the Murray report.
What file is that, Ms. Hassan? File?
File 2A, I think Commissioner Khumalo is helping us. 776. Let me know when you're there, General.
Yes, I spent time last night. I marked it, and I marked the relevant sections that I know that maybe the evidence is referring to. So I just want to get to that point. Just bear with me. No, I want the one I clearly marked it. I'm almost there, Chair.
All right, so you're going to take us to where it talks about disbandment.
Chair, I need assistance. I've got it where I marked it from, and then this is where I marked it from the file that I was using at the ad hoc committee. But it's the same document that we have, the one that says evaluation of the implementation.
I see, General.
No, this is not, here's the file.
Oh,
Here's my file.
So, General, the document is your concern about the page references?
And the file, because I can read from here what I have to respond to the question.
May I make a suggestion, General? I see at the foot of each page, there is page 1 of 33, for example, page 12 of 33, and so on, at the foot of the page. So if you refer to that at the foot of the page, then we can find the relevant pages.
Is the pages your concern?
Page 11.
Yes, okay.
Of 33. I want to go to page 10. What is it?
Page 10 of 33.
Yeah, page 10 of 33. We're still talking about the Murray report.
Yes.
I want to go specifically to paragraph 6.4.5.
And that, for purposes of the record, that's paginated page 785 of the annexures.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
This is the one they were looking for. Yes, and then you go to the relevant page 10. Page 10. I'm going to read few select. I'm not going to go on it, but I'm going to select the relevant sections that I think will assist the Commission.
Yeah, so my question is if you could just take us to where in the Murray report
Where
talks about disbandment of task teams and in particular the PKTT.
I wanna go to paragraph 6.4.4. Now we are at file. Okay, Madlanga Commission annexa. It's page 785.
Yes.
I am reading here paragraph 6.4 that says, it is evident that the historical specialized capacities are better implemented than the newly established unit. The unit that is the best capacitated according to the personnel strength, FCS 78%. Now, I want to skip that and say, followed by taxi violence capacity within the murder and robbery environment. But where I am interested is the worst crime capacity, 25%, that is normally better off at 25%. Murder and robbery units are at 18%, and organized crime, 28%. Now, when you go to 6.4.5, the reason for the establishment of this unit was to ensure that provincial directed investigations could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the numerous task teams that were functioning at provincial level. Now, when you talk about the numerous task teams that are functioning at provincial task teams, it includes the political killing task team. Now, next paragraph, it says, it is necessary to look at the status of this provincial investigation unit capacities and make a decision based on implementation of possibly to close down the capacities at provincial level. We're talking the task teams are the capacities at provincial level.
Pause there. You're saying, or possibly to close down the capacities at provincial level. You interpret that to mean task teams.
Yes, because we are building units now, but we have got this other extra capacities like your task teams that are mushrooming all over, and then they take away a lot of manpower and capacity to make sure that the provinces are strong.
So the plan is to establish these units. They're called PIUs, Provincial Investigation Units.
And make them strong.
With a view to then taking over, incorporating the work of the task teams into the PIUs.
Yes.
Okay?
Now, let me finish my point so that I rest it. So now, there's a paragraph that says, this would also alleviate the need to establish a capacity without a need in the current circumstances where there are continuous budget cuts, especially for compensation. Closure of the provincial investigation unit would then relieve some pressure on an additional unit that needs to capacitate and resources. Now, in other words, if you were to take the money that you allocate into the task teams, you build capacity, you build your murder and robbery unit to be as prolific as what you say you have as a task team. Or take the same task team, put them in the same unit. Let this unit be a unit that functions, but on their normal salary. Now you've got people, you've got units, they are not capacitated. You've got another unit that you put there. This unit that you put there, they claim 35,000 rand, 45,000 rand, overtime, extra money. And then yet you have established the murder and robbery unit.
Okay.
Only in one province.
So the point again is to establish units in order to increase the capacity of these units, and that would incorporate the work of task teams.
Yes.
Right. All task teams.
And throughout the country.
And throughout the country.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the plan. That's what this report was proposing.
Can I read the last?
You can first answer and then you can read. Do you agree that that was the plan that was being proposed in this report?
In the report, yes.
Okay, thanks. You can continue.
And then when you look at paragraph 6.4.51, it says, these task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate and direct the focus on a permanent structure with the necessary command and control
Sorry,
budget
sorry, General, I've lost you. Where are you reading from?
6.4.5.1, page 11.
Yes.
Now, it talks about the number of
But
task teams that you can see.
I didn't see what you just read.
Bullet number 2, from line number 2.
That talks about multiple trio task teams. Why don't you start at the front, at the beginning of 6.4.5.1?
Okay. Why don't I start with?
The beginning. So the 6.4.5.1, what does that read? The first
The task
line.
teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. Now,
Okay,
it
wait,
gives-
let's
Yes.
just take it slowly. The first sentence is task teams that are not monitored
Yes,
run rampant for years
yes,
without determining or accounting for gap left, etc., etc.
yes.
Okay? So what this document is talking about is those that are not monitored. The political killings task team was monitored.
No, it was not.
Why do you say that?
Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be sitting with so many cases that are not attended since 2018, 2019, 2020.
No, that's a separate issue about the status of investigations in the dockets, and we will come to that later on. But we've had evidence, and I'm sure you've seen it, which is the number of meetings that take place, oversight meetings of the political killings task team, including the interministerial committee meetings.
Commissioners, I'm sitting with a budget of over 500 million. And when you look at the workload and the work done, you cannot compare the two. You cannot account for the amount of money. And then, let's look for an example. Cases that, let me answer.
No, because you're not answering the question. You're talking about something else. I just want to talk about the monitoring of the political killings task team. There were oversight bodies that, steering committees, and then the interministerial committee that met, that had oversight of the political killings task team. Do you agree with that?
I don't.
Why don't you agree
We
with
are
that? There are minutes of meetings.
We are past the ministerial committees now. We are now with the running of the task team. And the running of the task team, I'm saying, if I'm sitting with a situation where every now and then we're asking for 35 million, 20 million, but when you look at the cases that were started in 2018, 2019 are now being finalized now, some of them, and they are still not finalized since 2018, 2019.
No, you're not actually. We will deal with the question of the status of investigations of those dockets that are under the PKTT. We'll get there. I'm merely talking at this stage about monitoring. And in fact, what's included in that monitoring is the decisions that are made and that are signed off at senior level within the service.
Don't agree.
I haven't even finished. Are you saying you don't agree? You don't know what my question is?
I'm apologizing, Judge. I really apologize. It won't happen again.
There are budget approvals for the PKTT that take place at least every year. Sometimes it's more than once a year, depending on the period for which the budget is applied. And in those budget approvals, there's an assessment of the PKTT. It's included in the information note. So why would the budget be extended for the PKTT if the assessment was that it was not doing its job?
I really want to answer you, Chair. My problem is that you want one specific answer,
I definitely do.
and that I don't agree with. I'm saying, if you say to me the task teams was monitored, and yet I have dockets that, according to the coordinator, says they were put in a fridge, Dockets, a number of dockets were sitting somewhere in a corner and unattended. To me, they were not monitored.
Perhaps, General, let's understand your definition or meaning of monitoring, because we have had evidence, including documentary evidence, as Ms. Hassim says, of meetings, of the structure, of meetings of the IMC, that there were steering committees, approvals of mandate, which include your approving in April 2024, or thereabouts, but in 2024. So we've had that kind of evidence that suggests that that there was monitoring of this task team, right? That's the evidence before us. You say there was no monitoring. Maybe you have a different idea when you say monitoring, and maybe it may be helpful to us if you explain what do you mean by monitoring.
Chair, if you look at all these task teams, 6.4, 0.5.1, all of them as you see them, all of them are the same task team. They perform the same function, different responsibilities or challenges. Now, what I mean when I say there's a criticism here when they say task teams that run rampant for a long period unmonitored.
Sorry, I'm very, very sorry. I apologize for interrupting you mid-sentence. The question by my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, is a simple one. At the level of principle, aside of looking at particular or specific units or task teams, at the level of principle, what do you consider to be monitoring?
What I consider.
So what we expect you to say is a unit or a task team would be properly monitored if A, B, C, D, E happen. Okay. It would not be properly monitored if X, Y, Z happen. Just a description at the level of principle.
Thank you, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, if I say a task team is properly monitored, is when it carries out its mandate, number one, as they were established for whatever they were doing, and the effectiveness on carrying out their mandate, focusing on what their mandate is, specifically political killings, over and above, attending to all cases reported, not only selectively and others ignored. And when you look at all those things, there are many reasons that I may mention that says when we say there's proper monitoring, there's inspections being conducted, regular inspections conducted, monitoring of their work, and also proper accountability. That is when I say it is monitored. Now, where there is no proper accountability and no regular, I don't know about regular inspections because I've never inspected their docket, but what I can say, if I'm sitting with such a high number of dockets that were not being attended to, I can't say they were properly monitored. So that is based on that. My reason is not being to be argumentative, but it depends on the level of experience and what I know to say. When we say a task team is being monitored, this is what needs to happen. And all those things were not happening all at the same time.
Ms. Hassim, may I, at the risk of sounding like I'm directing your questioning in a particular direction, may I ask perhaps that we caution ourselves, just on this aspect, just on this one aspect, we caution ourselves not to be sidetracked in this sense. For example, your question, the key issue you want the General to address now is, General, show us where it says the PKTT is to be disbanded. And the general first took us to the second paragraph of 6.4.5. And when he was done with that, you asked him a question, which the upshot of which was this. The general agreed that this was a plan that was being proposed. So I don't see that to say PKTT must be disbanded. So I think let the next step be take us to where we are told that the PKTT is being disbanded. If you can come back to the monitoring, and he must take us to where this document says the PKTT is being disbanded. The first one, it says plan, period.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I sound like I'm directing you.
Chair, that's fine. The second point he was talking about is task teams that are not monitored.
Yes,
and that's how this opened up the question of, is the
question
PKTT one of those or not?
Yeah.
But I'm going to return to it if the chair doesn't mind. However, let's go to the next question. If this isn't the place that says that the task teams should be disbanded, it talks about task teams that are not being monitored, etc. And then it says task teams found operating in provinces are as follows, and it lists the task teams. Right?
General, sorry, Mr. Sim again. General, you took us here, page 78646.4.5.1. Show us where in 6.4.5.1 this document says PKTT to be disbanded. Show us that, please.
Chair, when you go to the second line, that says, these task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate and direct.
Where are you reading from?
Where are you reading?
Line number 2 of bullet number 2. Multiple trio task teams functioning in various provinces. These task teams follow the mandate of the murder and robbery unit. These task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit. Now, when you talk about multiple trio task teams, it also includes the same mandate.
What mandate?
Like your murders. That's why it must go to murder and robbery, your robbery, your murders.
Okay, so I disagree with you, because what you just read refers to the second bullet, which is multiple trio task teams functioning in various provinces. If you look at 6 bullets from the bottom, that's where it deals with the political murders team, which the minister has said is essentially the political killings task team. Do you agree with that?
Before I respond, Chair, I want to ask a question. When a study is being conducted, or this study was conducted, it was not conducted in the name of the PKTT alone. It was conducted when they talk about the task teams. It includes the PKTT. Now, if I'm questioned and expected to say, but show me where specifically the PKTT is mentioned that it must be disbanded. When they talk about all the task teams, including when you look at this bullet that says political murder team, which is the PKTT.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the study was to say we need to capacitate these units that we are re-establishing, like the murder and robbery unit, so that we take all these teams to the unit to build capacity.
General, I understand the point being made by Ms. Hassim to be this. The several bullets that you see under 6.4.5.1 itemize different categories of task teams. That's Ms. Hassim's point. And she says, bullet number 2 that you just referred to is not the same category as as the political murders team bullet. That's a different category. So it's not the same category that you referred to, which is in bullet 2. That's Ms. Hassim's point.
That's
So whatever is said in brackets about the task team in bullet 2 is not or does not relate to political matters team, which is a different category.
And
That's
to-
the point.
That's quite right, Chair. Thank you for that. And to put it clearly, what you've read in brackets, if it was to apply to all of the task teams, it would have preceded the bullet points, the list of bullet points, right? It would have been an overall heading. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
And to show that these are different categories, what precedes the bullet says, task teams found operating in provinces are as follows, and then the bullets. So those are different categories. So the political matters team is not the same as the team referred to in bullet 2. That's a simple point. You may pose your question again, Ms. Hassim.
Do you agree with that?
Chair, I don't. I don't.
You don't agree that these are different categories?
No, this I agree that these are different task teams.
Categories.
Okay.
And do you agree that the category itemized in bullet 2 is not the same as the category itemized as political matters team? Obviously, you must agree. You've already just said you agree.
You have
this.
agreed.
You've just agreed that these are different categories. So bullet 2 and the political matters team are different bullets. So you must agree. It's only logical, not so?
I agree, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So where else then in the document does it talk about the disbandment of the political killings team?
Maybe before you do that, let me just make sure I understand what the General is saying. General, that bullet 2, multi-trio task teams functioning in various provinces, is that the paragraph you rely on to say that there was a decision, management decision to disband the PKTT? Is that what you're doing?
No, Chair. What I'm relying on is the fact that when there's a study that is being conducted that says we've got numerous task teams that are operating in different provinces, and these task teams, they take away the manpower from the units. So let us disband the task team and then let the members be in the unit and strengthen the units. That was the whole idea. So this whole idea starting from re-establishment of the task team, because when you read the first one that talks about the re-establishment, it also places, it talks about those units like your murder and robbery units, tech theft and everything. And then from there, it will also say, give the mandate of each and every one of them, of which it places the political killing task team under the murder and robbery unit.
Allow me to interrupt you. You took us to that paragraph, and I just wanted to understand what meaning, whether you're saying that is the paragraph in this whole document that authorizes or that where it is decided or recorded that the PKTT was to be dissolved. I think your answer, I want to say your answer is no. From your explanation, it's not the paragraph you're relying on. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then can you take us, is there anywhere else other than the references you gave us thus far in this report where it says that the PKTT should be disestablished?
Yes. In my case, commissioners, if there's a decision that says we have provincial capacities that exist in provinces that must be closed down to capacitate the units. As far as I'm concerned, it talks about the people that are at the task teams so that the units can be strong. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to clarify something. Like,
before you clarify, just so that we don't get lost in detail, where is that decision that you've just described now?
Let's go to paragraph 6.4.5 behind. That says, and I'm reading where it says, the reason for the establishment of these units was to...
Were you reading, General?
6.4.5, are you reading 4 lines from the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, when, if you are not starting from the beginning of a paragraph that you are referring us to, General, you should always tell us the line, please. It makes it easier for us to find where you are reading from. So we do see it. Please read.
But before you read, because we've been here already,
Yeah.
you've read this, and we established that this is the intended plan, right? That was what this report envisaged taking place. This was the plan. It doesn't say that the PKTT should be disbanded.
You see, what I think, firstly, Chair, I think we need to agree that when we talk about the PKTT, let's remove the word PKTT. Let's talk the word task team. Because the moment you bracket me into PKTT, and I'm talking about the task teams, I'm applying the whole bigger picture, and then the evidence leader brackets me and say, no, tell me where it says the PKTT.
No.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Let
you
me
see
explain.
why that is happening, General, is the topic that Ms. Hassim took you to is the disbandment of the PKTT. And she introduced her questioning by asking you where you get, or rather, she said, you say you were not surprised when the PKTT was disbanded. And then she next took you to why that was so. You then said overnight you studied SS47 thoroughly and that you have notes on it. And then Ms. Hassim said, show us where it says, that is SS47, where it says the PKTT is to be disbanded. You took us to 645, you read the first paragraph, then you took us to the second paragraph of 6.4.5. After you had read it, she then asked you, but is it not so that what you have just read was nothing but a plan that was, open quote, being proposed, close quote, and you agreed? So it is on that basis that Ms. Hassim says now, but how can you again take us to 6.4.5 when all that it does is to propose a plan? That's where we are. But now you want to explain, I don't know whether you want to explain around 6.4.5 still.
Chair, I think where it all started is when how I responded was to say there has been a build-up and a series of meetings leading to that. This is how it all started before we got to now the report that was now, where she focused now on the report. But I said how I relied on the fact that I was not surprised because there has been several meetings and consultations before. This is one of the things that made me comfortable to say in any event, there was a study that was conducted, and this study talks about the re-establishment of the specialized unit. Among others is the murder and robbery unit, whose mandate will be to look into the political killings, and taxi killings, police killings, all those killings.
Yes, General. We must start somewhere. Yes, you referred to several meetings and documents and so on. We must start somewhere. So we have started with SS47. All that we want, and that was indeed Commissioner Baloyi's question, is for you to show us a decision that says, PKTT, you are now being disestablished or being disbanded. Show us that. You've taken us to 6.4.5. All that we are able to glean from that is a plan that was being proposed. You have taken us to 6.4.5.1. There as well, we see nothing, unless you go back to it and show us, we see nothing that says, PKTT, you are being disbanded. We don't see that. Show us, take us, you said you went through this document overnight and that you did so thoroughly. Show us a decision that says, PKTT, you are being disbanded.
All I can say, Chair, is that in all these documents, re-establishment and this one of evaluations of the implementation of...
You'll take us to others. Let's not be disorganized. You'll take us to others, please, General, please. Let's deal with SS47. In SS47, show us where there is a decision that says the PKTT is being disbanded. You'll take us, we will give you the opportunity. You will take us to the next one. We will not gag you in this regard.
Chair, I'm trying to respond now to this question in the overall, because these two documents that I'm sitting with, there is no where it is written PKTT must be disbanded. All of it. Because the document was not only meant for the PKTT, it was meant for all the task teams, which included the PKTT.
Okay.
All right, then.
Can you take us to where in this document it says that task teams should be disbanded?
The reason for the establishment of these units was to ensure that provincial directed investigations.
Sorry, where are you reading from?
6.4.5, line number 1, 2, 3, 4. Then
Are you reading the same thing again?
Could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the numerous task team that were functioning at provincial level, to replace the numerous task teams that are functioning at provincial level.
Right, and we've already gone through this. And
So, Ms. Hassan, let me try and do something that I'm hoping will be helpful, will get us past this point. General, your 645, that paragraph that you referred to, it starts off, it speaks about provincial investigation units, and it says, the reason for the establishment of these units, which is the part you're reading, was to ensure that provincial directed investigations could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the task teams that were functioning at the provincial level. Now, if you turn to page 796 of the same document.
I'm getting there.
796 of the same document?
Yes. And 8.10 in particular.
And 11, both 8, 10, and 11. I was going to go to 11. Yeah, at 796. Let's start at 8.11. It reads, the provincial investigating units in the provinces that have been established be closed as discussed in paragraph 6.4.5, 6.4.6, and 7.5. So 8.11, it suggests, it recommends, its recommendations. It recommends the closure of PIUs that have been established. And then 8.10 says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So 8.10 puts it beyond doubt that this document does not recommend the closing of task teams at all. It says they must be subject to an impact analysis. And then 811 says the PIUs that are referred to in the paragraph that you are referring to, 6.4.5, that have been established must be shut down. So 6.4.5 is not where you go when you're looking for a decision, whether there was a decision to close task teams in general or the PKTT. It's not in 6.4.5.
And then
And in fact, 8.10 contradicts what you're saying.
8.13, can I read it, Chair? It says the provincial investigation unit be removed from the structure of the detective service as a prioritization as well as cost-saving measures as referred to in paragraph 6.4.5, 6.4.6, and 6.75. However,
That says nothing. No, before you go to however, can we agree that the text that I have read, that you have read, that the chair and Ms. Hassam have referred to, all of that text, nowhere does it speak about the closure of task teams in general, and nowhere does it mention the closure of the PKTT in particular? Can we at least agree on the text that we have read?
I agree, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I take it you don't wish to take us to any other part of this report? Can we move off this report then?
Just one last sentence that I want to make, Chair, in relation to this thing. When I'm sitting with a document as approved by the National Commissioner, I understand that the National Commissioner signed it on the 5th of the 6th month. That says implementation to be implemented by the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection and Divisional Commissioner. Implementation of specialized units. Specialized unit meaning including, among others, the murder and robbery unit, which is to take care of the political killing task team. As far as I'm concerned, it was actually dealing with the same issue. But if the commissioners are of the view that for as long as there's no weight that says disband the PKTT, then all this is irrelevant, I will then accept. There's not much I can say about it.
Or any task team? The document doesn't recommend disbanding any task team.
But this document clearly deals with the rampant task teams that are existing, and it says they take capacity from they disempower the units, they impoverish the units. And I'm trying to find a gap of explaining something, but I'm not, because I don't want to go to look like I'm just rampant.
There are 2 points here. The first is that it says that current task teams must be subject to an impact analysis. Right? Right? So, presumably, once an impact analysis is done, there will be an evidence-based decision of which task teams are to be disbanded, correct?
Yes.
And this document was only signed off in June 2025, right?
Yes.
And that was well after the decision was made.
Yes.
6 months.
Yes.
Okay. So the second event that you said, why this is no...
Just before that, General, also, you remember yesterday, I asked you a question whether you accept that there's a difference between task teams and units, and you accepted that there is a difference.
Yes, yes, Chair.
What my colleague Commissioner Baloyi took you to, that is paragraphs 8.10 and 8.11, they don't deal with the same subject matter. 8.10 deals with task teams, and it doesn't say task teams are to be closed or disbanded. it says they are to be subjected to an impact analysis. And then 8.11 says provincial investigation units that have been established be closed. So units. So there's a conscious distinction by the drafters to refer to task teams and to units. And task teams under which the PKTT falls are to be subjected to an impact analysis. So there's simply no question of a recommendation for the disbandment of the PKTT or any other task team for that matter. So your problem seems to be that you use task team and unit interchangeably, which is wrong. Do you accept that?
Can I ask the Chair a question?
No, please respond to mine.
That I can't distinguish between a task team and a unit.
Maybe you can, but in the testimony you are giving now, you are simply using the two terms interchangeably. I'm not suggesting that you don't know which is which. 8.10 addresses task teams, and those are to be subjected to an impact analysis. And 8.11 addresses provincial investigation units, in respect of which the recommendation is that they should be closed. So simple point is, nowhere do we see anything that recommends closure in respect of task teams, a category under which the PKTT falls.
Chairperson, let me accept and move on.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, it is 1 o'clock. It might be an opportune time.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
It's 13:59. We are ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hasu.
General, we're still dealing with this question about your explanation for why it was no surprise that the PKTT was disbanded. We've dealt with the Murray report, but in your statement, you also rely on what you call another event, which is a meeting that was held with the minister on the 1st of November. Let's go there, because you were provided with the draft minutes. And can you please take us to where in the draft minutes it speaks of the disbandment of the PKTT? And Chair, it's at file 6, page 499.
There are two page numbers, General, one red and another one black. So the red is 499, the black is 96.
Got it?
Can you tell us where in the minutes it refers to the disbandment? There's a decision to disband or pending decision.
When in this document, Chair, you will never find anywhere where they say disband. But what you will find is the consultative discussions where the topic of the disbandment started, and where, in fact, the National Commissioner himself was saying it was just a task team that was meant to evolve into a unit. It can be done. That's all.
So it was just a discussion about. Sorry, can you just repeat? What did the National Commissioner say?
Let me quote the National Commissioner verbatim from the statement,
okay,
from the minutes.
That would be useful. Thank you.
General Masemola indicated that the matter of the. He further indicated that. Okay, there's the inspectorate. I want to go specifically to a specific. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place.
Where are you reading from now, General?
My apologies, Chair. That is now the last sentence. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, General.
He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit establishment. This other one is just too dark for me to read. But what I know from that meeting, from the minutes that I have, he said that it was meant to evolve into a unit. and that it can be done.
Is there any reason we are not projecting this?
So, General, just, sorry, to start, you took us to the last line of page 502, right? Right, and it says, and that he is the National Commissioner General Masmola. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in the form of a task team and not a fixed unit or establishment. That doesn't say anything about disestablishment or anything. It's a statement of fact that what's in place was a task team and not a unit. It doesn't give us any information about a discussion for the potential disestablishment of the task team. Do you agree?
What gives me a little bit of a challenge, Chair, is that because I've been at the ad hoc as well, and then my file is marked, is underlined. Now, because of at this present moment, when I take a file like this and then I have to go through, now I have to start looking for what I want. So that is why I take a little bit of...
But for now, General, Ms. Hassim is asking you about the sentence you read. So I'm sure you are able to find that, because you read it just now.
This is a question, ma'am?
It's the sentence you just read, the last sentence on page 502, right?
Yes.
You've read it. I've read it out to you. I'll read it again. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of task team and not a fixed unit or establishment.
That's correct.
That is a statement of fact, right?
That is correct.
It doesn't say anything about disestablishment of the task team. Correct?
The paragraph, the sentence that I read, yes.
Okay. So is there anywhere else in this minute that it does talk about the disestablishment? And if you wish to, sorry, Commissioner. If you wish to look at your copy and then cross-refer to the page number that we have, whatever works, that's acceptable.
I'd rather do that, Chair, because I do know that this is the first consultative meetings in the executive meeting where the National Commissioner actually indicated that it can be done.
Okay, so you can have a look at your copy.
Yes.
Okay, so where in your copy, if you just take us to the page, so you'll see that these minutes at the bottom right, they have page 3 of 1 of 15 all the way up to page 15 of 15. So you can use that page reference for the purposes of your answer.
Chair, so that we don't waste time, can I come back to it? Can I do that, or should I, I don't want to avoid to respond to the question, but all I know is that I will find it somewhere in the statement, but if I can't find it now, then let me then read.
When you say statement, are you referring to these minutes?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Ms. Hassim, I think the idea to project was with reference to page 503 in particular. The General said, I can't see, and the same for me. But I think it may be important, in fact, what is there, because when you look at the structure of this document, and I'm going to take you back, if you turn to 501, the heading is slide 7, macro-organizational structure. And then you have a discussion that is recorded, and then it concludes at page 503, where it's blue. It says decision objective. And that's the format. And then the next heading is slide 8. And if you page through, you see that some decisions are made and directives. And I think we should look, we're now looking at what the general has read in isolation of the discussion under slide 7, under the heading slide 7. And I think we do need to see what those dark parts are and what the decision is.
So the two ways to do it. I mean, first of all, it's projected, but also I think your copy wouldn't have these highlights, so it would be easier to read. Is that so, or do you also have that on your own copy, your personal copy? Because as Commissioner Baloy says, the relevant slide in this meeting is slide 7.
Slide 7.
Slide 7. So it starts on page, let me refer to page 2 of 15. It starts on page 2 of 15. And it goes to page 4 of 15. And it ends with decisions under that topic of macro-organizational structure. And what you've taken us to is part of the discussion before the decisions.
Chair, when we go to page 3 of 15, page 99 or 502, and then you go to the first highlighted one where they say, this is paragraph 3 now. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killing task team, which are primarily about address serious crime. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst this duplicate the existing capabilities such as taxi killing, political killing, all being about murders. This is where the discussions were also, some of the discussions taken place. Remember before there were some emails that were being sent between the National Commissioner, Mary Diaz, and other people. But then this was the executive meeting called by the minister in the boardroom, executive boardroom, with the top management of the police. And this is where this subject was ventilated as well, with the National Commissioner as well, not really against such. Hence, I asked yesterday for the recording.
Yeah?
Can I just, sorry, I do apologize.
Go ahead.
General, in that very last paragraph, what you've read, the very last sentence, this is the General Masemula speaking. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit/establishment. Now, if you keep that line in mind, and then you go back to the earlier highlighted paragraph where the minister was speaking, and the minister referred to creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst this duplicate the existing capabilities, and then he refers to taxi killings, political killings, all being about murder. It would appear that General Masemula was in fact clarifying the minister that the PKTT is not a fixed unit. It's not part of the establishment, when in fact the minister had referred to it as part of the structures and units based on specific things. So that's all the significance of that very last line. It's General Masemula clarifying to the minister that it's a task team, not agreeing to anything, just saying it is a task team, it's not part of the fixed structure. I think if you read the two together, you'll see that what appears to have been happening here. But importantly, to the question of Ms. Hassim about the decision, we have a recorder of the decisions that were made in that meeting under the slide 7, where the PKTT and task teams got mentioned. In that decision recorded at 503, there is no decision to shut down the task teams and PKTT in particular. Otherwise, it would have been recorded there.
You may look at the screen behind you.
Perhaps you can just read the decisions
Yes.
and you can then answer.
Oh, the one on top, I was reading from slide 8. I'm sorry, Chair.
So what comes before that, that is what has the yellow highlights, is the discussion, and then the decisions on that are what Commissioner Baloy has just referred you to. You follow that?
I follow, Chair.
Yes. And Ms. Hassim now is saying, do you see that there is no decision there? Or was it Commissioner Baloy? That the PKTT must be disbanded? Where they are, the actual decisions now.
It was, at that point in time, Chair, it wasn't a decision taken that says disband or it must be disbanded at all. It was a discussion to say there must be a reconsideration. This is now the foundation and the beginning and the momentum as it started gaining. To say there must be a reconsideration of this because now we are duplicating resources.
So there's no, in the decisions, would you agree that there's also no decision that's recorded for a review to take place of task teams, including the political killing task team?
Unless I don't read English well. Because when I see here, it says the minister further indicated that there must be a reconsideration and review
Yes.
of certain capabilities.
Yes. So that we've read that, and we've, this is clearly the discussion that took place. But the minutes reflect the decisions, and there are 3 bullet points. And what I'm saying to you is that not only are you correct that there was no decision to disband taken in that meeting, but there was also no decision that a review should be conducted on the political killings task team. Because if there was, it would be reflected in the minutes. Don't you agree?
I agree.
And would you agree that even apart from these minutes, no review was taken of the political killings task team before 31 December 2024?
Because there was already a document that is in circulation, so there was no review.
There was a document in circulation. Which document?
This one of the one that we read earlier.
The Murray report.
Yes.
Okay, but the Murray report we've already established was talking about proposals for the future. I'm saying, was there a review ever undertaken? A review of the capabilities and value of the political killings task team before the decision on 31 December, between this meeting and 31 December?
I thought I responded, Chair. I don't want to be evasive. I want to answer question honestly.
Was there a review undertaken pursuant to the meeting of 1 November 2024?
not pursuant to the meeting of the 1 November.
That was your question.
Yes, thank you. That answers the question.
You want to say something, General?
What pains me is that I'm being pushed into a corner of saying, was there disbandment instruction, yes or no? Was there a review? There was a document that is in circulation where I also signed, where finally the National Commissioner at his own time then also signed and say implementation must be done by General Sibiya. So I wouldn't expect that there should be another review on top of a review that is running, that is already in place.
General, please understand what's going on here. We want to get the full facts. This is not about pushing you in any direction. If, as you say, there was something decided in accordance with the Murray report, you have said that. You have dealt with it. Now we are dealing with the minutes of the 1st November 2024. And you have read the highlighted part where part of which says the minister indicated that there should be a reconsideration and review. Now, you are being asked a different question now. It's no longer about the Murray report. It's about the meeting of the 1st November 2024. And you are being asked a different question. Was there a review? Because we want to get all the facts, the full facts. Was there a review pursuant to the 1st of November 2024? We are past the Murray report. That's what you've already responded to the question. I'm just giving this explanation to disabuse your mind of this idea that you are being pushed into any particular direction. That's not the idea. These are different facts. You've dealt with Murray. We are now dealing with the 1st of November 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And the reason we're dealing with the minutes of the 1st November 2024 is because you drew to our attention that this was a significant event that led to the disbandment decision of the 31st of December. So just to explain why I am taking you to the minutes. Now we've dealt with the minutes. There's no decision in the minutes to either disband or to undertake a review of an analysis and an evaluation of the political killings task team that we've established. But my next question is, despite this, was there any review taken of the PKTT between 1 November and 31 December?
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
But can I clarify something?
Yes.
Remember that this was a consultative process because there was a statement made by the National Commissioner that there was no consultation. So this document was meant to demonstrate that no, there has been meetings, several meetings, consultative meetings. It may not be the meeting that says disband or a decision taken that now we are disbanding, but this thing was discussed, ventilated in several meetings, of which the 1st of November was one of them. Thank you, Chair.
But would you agree that in order to make the decision to disband and for a proper consultation to take place, there would need to be an evaluation, an impact analysis of the PKTT?
I don't agree.
So on what basis then would the decision be made? How does one assess then that there's no value being added by the PKTT?
When a decision is taken to disband a task team, under normal circumstances, in every task team, this is not the process that we follow or that is being followed.
You just, who makes the decision? Let me start there.
The provincial commissioner can make a decision, or he who established a task team can make that decision.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I accept that, but I'm asking you whether there would be a review. There would be some basis, there would be a reason to make that decision. You don't just make a decision without reasons.
Yes.
Okay. And do you accept that in 2024, let me call it the sort of state of knowledge amongst the senior members of the service was that the PKTT was doing very good work?
According to their reports, General.
Yes.
And you shared that view, that they were doing good work?
Yes.
Okay. So what then do you say was, but you say that there therefore doesn't need to be any review. So if in 2024, you say they're doing good work, in fact, I think you agreed they were outstanding in their work, what changed?
What changed is the fact that from where I'm sitting, I'm focusing nationally. I'm not focusing only on KZN. Now, as far as I'm concerned, from where I'm sitting, the capacity that is in KZN does not exist in Cape Town, where I'm sitting with gang violence, where people are dying every day. El Dorado Park, Westbury, many other areas. I have also instances where other political killings that are taking place throughout the country, like in Madlanga, where they are not being attended by the PKTT. So which means we focus in the resources, a lot of money, a lot of budget, only on one particular task team that is serving the interest of only one province. So I am national, looking nationally at all the provinces.
I'm not sure what the answer is, but let me leave it at that with your response, and ask you this: did you consult? You say there were consultations. Did you consult with the head of the PKTT, General Khumalo?
Remember, I'm not the one that was doing the disbandment, because in my case, I was just carrying out the National Commissioner's instruction. So in my case, was just to relay the message that I received from the National Commissioner to General Khumalo.
Sure, but I'm not yet there yet. I'm still before 31 December 2024. What consultations were there with the head of the PKTT before the decision was taken? We know there was no impact analysis, but was there consultation with the head of the PKTT? These
meetings, including the 1st of November, those were the consultative process that were taking place. I personally didn't have to consult with General Khumalo because I was not part of it. I was not involved in it.
Okay, are you aware of any consultations with General Khumalo on the issue of disbandment?
He was part of the meetings.
Was he part of this meeting on the 1st of November?
All the meetings, yes, he was part.
And in those meetings, concerns had been raised?
Yes, and he even presented in Parliament, and yes.
In November 2024?
No, I say there was consultative and he was in agreement.
He was in agreement?
Yes.
With the disbandment?
Yes.
General Khumalo?
All of them.
I find that very hard to believe, because General Khumalo has testified at length here as to the shock when he saw the letter, the instruction, on the 31st of December 2024.
When we are to believe that, that is what he was supposed to also demonstrate in Parliament on the 5th of March, to say that I was in shock when that was discussed. But that is not what happened. He said the minister gave a directive to the National Commissioner. There has been several meetings held, and the disbandment will take place in a form of in phases, and then the cases will be taken to murder and robbery unit. The provinces, all the 9 districts have stabilized. Only eThekwini district is still the one. So all I'm saying is that if he was not in agreement, together with the provincial commissioner and the national commissioner, they were in the meeting in parliament, and they didn't
Okay,
oppose.
but that was after the decision was taken, General. So I just want to stop you because I'm really only dealing with this small period in 2024. We have on record that the evaluation of the task team, the agreement was that they're doing outstanding work in the middle of 2024. And then somewhere along the way, something changes. And that's the period I'm talking about. And what changed was towards the end of 2024. I'm trying to understand, at that point, were there consultations with General Khumalo, and you're saying there were, and you're saying that he agreed that it should be disbanded. And I'm saying to you that can't be right because he's testified at length that that's not the case.
But the fact that he testified and said what he said doesn't mean that in the meetings with the minister he did not really participate nor also raise concerns there or disagreed. Because if there was any such disagreement, it would have been recorded in the meeting, in the minutes themselves, that he was also not in agreement. But there's no such record.
Just to make sure you are not talking past each other, give us the timing. What time are you referring to? What period are you referring to, General?
Chair, I'm referring to all the meetings that were held since this topic was introduced in a meeting by the minister.
Minister Mkhunu.
Mkhunu, in a meeting.
Meeting of the 1st of November?
Of the 1st of November. So all the management were there, and this topic came to the fore, and it was discussed, responded to positively.
By topic, are you referring to disbandment?
Disbandment, referring to the reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as political killings and inspectorate.
But my understanding is that Ms. Hassim is asking you about disbandment, General.
I can't hear the
I'm
chair.
saying my understanding is that Ms. Hassim is asking you about disbandment, not the reconsideration and review that we dealt with earlier.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Because we've moved off from review and reconsideration and those things. The question is about disbandment.
Yes. All I can say is that he's never visibly indicated that he doesn't want to comply or he doesn't agree. He hasn't done that.
General, can I just ask, maybe I'm trying to see if we can get to the answer of the question that you're being asked. This meeting is on the 1st of November.
Yes.
The disbandment letter is the 31st of December. What do you say happened after the 1st of November? Because on the 1st of November, the minister says there must be reconsideration and review. He expresses that view. And then we know it's not in the decision. The decision is not made. When you say there were discussions, what meetings or what forum after the 1st of November before the 31st of December were held with a discussion about the disbandment of the PKTT was raised, and where do we find a record of that discussion? Because it is an important topic, so I would imagine that it is recorded somewhere, and it would have been in a formal meeting. So I think you do need to be specific, more specific than saying it was discussed. You need to say there was this meeting and there was that meeting. And this is what was discussed, and this is the decision, and there has to be a minute of that meeting.
All I know, Chair, is that there was that meeting of the 1st of November, And then from there, it was just what was placed on the table. We all didn't expect that there will be a letter written, but on the 31st, the letter came. But in between, I am not in a position to tell what happened.
You're not aware, or you know there were no meetings between the 1st of November, at least that none that you participated in. Meetings after the 1st of November, there's no meeting that you know of or that you participated in that discussed the PKTT and made a decision it will be disbanded. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I have never been in any other meeting. I have been in all the meetings where this was discussed, but between November and...
Those meetings are before the 1st of November. Remember, we are talking about a defined period. From the 2nd of November to the 31st of December is what we are trying to establish, whether there was a discussion and a decision from the 2nd of November and to a date before the letter of disbandment.
No, there was no any other meeting that I can think of now from the top of my head.
Okay.
Leading to the 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
General, can I ask a question? Looking at paragraph 63 of your statement on page 23.
Page 23,
Yeah.
my statement. Yes, Chair.
I don't see any inconsistency between your statement and the minutes of 1 November 2024. But my question is really this. Was there a review by the SAPS Executive Committee as contemplated in paragraph 63 of your decision? Because you are part of that executive committee, not so?
It's correct.
You are. Was there a review by that executive committee which you are a part of?
Not at all.
So we know this did not happen.
This did not.
So what was your expectation as far as the existence of the PKTT was concerned after this meeting? So what is the next thing that you expected after this meeting?
What I expected was that since in the meeting the minister raised about the disbandment or the closure of the inspectorate and the PKTT, it was now a subject for discussion that at some point is going to happen.
And that did not happen. There was no discussion at some point.
There was no discussion in between because the National Commissioner raised certain concerns in relation to like your inspectorate and say it can be done, however, it's going to cost 1, 2, 3.
So the next thing you saw was the minister's letter?
On the 31st.
Before there was a discussion?
Yes.
And before there was this review by the executive committee?
That's correct. Since the 1st of November to the 31st.
Yes. So then why do you say General Masimula is feigning surprise when he says when he saw the letter he was taken by surprise? If you yourself expected that there were going to be discussions, there was going to be a review, is it not a surprise that a disbandment letter that directs that the PKTT be disbanded immediately comes before this discussion has taken place or before even the Executive Committee of SAPS has set to undertake the exercise which you say would have been the next step?
I would be surprised if this topic or this subject was never at any given moment discussed. I just saw a letter on the 31st. But if I know that at some point there was this meeting held and my contribution was this, then when that decision comes and it comes as a surprise, then as the National Commissioner, I will then take it up with the minister, revert back without pushing it further. So I'm saying, to me, he cannot say it came as a surprise because it wasn't the very first time he came to hear about the matter.
Not the review, the disbandment. Remember, the first time he's hearing of the disbandment is when he sees the letter. He might have heard about a suggested review, a suggested impact analysis, but that is different to a disbandment decision. The first time he hears about a disbandment is in the letter, because the minutes don't say anything about disbandment. They talk about a review. Murray on the 6th of March 2024 talks about an impact analysis. So the first time the National Commissioner sees the word disbandment is on when he sees the letter of 31 December 2024. And that is the sub.
When the chair starts looking at me like that, I feel threatened now, because I know what is coming.
Well, can I say that I would expect, given how you've explained in this discussion with Ms. Hassim, where you, and Commissioner Khumalo, where you accept that the executive management was mandated or was going to have a discussion. That did not happen. And the next thing you became aware of is when that letter came. If that is so, on that version, I would expect you to say, I was also surprised, because we had a meeting on the 1st where the minister spoke about reconsideration and review, and then we as executive management were tasked, or we're going to have a discussion about this. We never had that discussion. The next thing that happened is there was this letter. That's what you've said to us. The next thing, there was this letter. I would expect you to say, the letter also caught me by surprise. Unless, of course, you knew that that letter is coming, which was not, and you would have known not through the formal processes and not through the documents that are in front of us. Somehow you would have known it. But you've told us I knew nothing about it. The last time we had this discussion was on the 1st of November. And after that, there was nothing. Executive management didn't discuss it. I expect you to say I was surprised.
Quite honestly speaking, Chair, I was not surprised for simple reasons. Remember, there are a trail of emails that were exchanged, even some of them sent from the National Commissioner's Office to the Minister in relation to the political killing test team and the suggestion that it be disbanded. However, in the meeting where the Minister raised...
And you would have been copied. And remember, we are talking about the period from the 2nd of November. Let's not go back there. We know you had a meeting on the 1st.
Okay.
It had a particular outcome. So we're looking at from the 2nd of November up to the date that letter came out, what happened, right? So if you say there were a trail of emails, it has to be, because that's a discussion we are having now. We're talking about from the 2nd of November, and my question is, if that's the period you're referring to, when you say there were a trail of emails, my next question would be, where you copied, is that how you come to know about it? From the 2nd of November up to the 31st, where you copied in those emails, can we have copies of them if you were copied? If not, how do you come to know about them? But it's a specific window that we are discussing.
In between the meeting of the 1st of November up to the 31st, I know of no meeting or no consultation. I was never involved in any form of discussion. I also saw that letter as it was circulating now on the media.
Thanks, General.
Thank you. There's another peculiarity I want to raise with you. The letter of the 1st of November, we're staying in that period, but it's in fact not inconsistent with the Murray report. The discussion on the 1st of November wasn't only about the political killings task team. The political killings task team was cited as an example. So, was there any consultation on any other task team, any review that was done on any other task team other than the political killings task team after 1 November?
It was the inspectorate is not a task team. It's a division.
No,
it's a directorate.
Okay, but I just want you to confine your answer to task teams, because do you agree that in the meeting of the 1st of November, the discussion was about task teams and the political killing task team was cited as an example?
No, it was specifically about the political killing task team and inspectorate in that meeting.
Okay, and if you look at the minutes, let's just see the language of the minutes. It says there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about, I think he means addressing serious crimes. So it's cited there, such as an example. And then if you look at the second sentence, he states that the SAPS should guard against creating structures or units based on specific category while these duplicate the existing capabilities. Example, taxi killings, political killings, all being about murders. So he referred to the taxi killings task team. So this is what I'm saying to you, is that what was under discussion for review was not only the political killings task team, right?
Yes, I am aware that in the Eastern Cape, or I think Umtata, there was one, now I'm not sure whether it was disbanded or just established, but there was a political, there was a taxi violence killing. We sent a team down there that had to be disbanded as well.
When was that?
It could be round about the same period. I may not be right. I may not be accurate with my date, but I'll confine myself to the question in relation to the task team to say it was set as an example.
It was as an example. So, which to me would also give one a reason to think that it's, let me put it this way. I would have thought you yourself would also be surprised that it was only the political killings task team that was being disbanded out of all of the task teams. You were not surprised by that. Is that right?
No, I was not surprised.
Why not, when the discussion was about task teams, not only the political killings task team?
I think I did explain that I've got a bigger priority. This task team is just a task team. I have a bigger priority to address the murders in the country, throughout the country, where people are dying in numbers. So this was just part one of a small task team that is taking a bigger budget that could be used to address a bigger picture. So to me, when that happens, it suits the program of making sure that we create a capable state throughout the country.
There are other task teams with big budgets, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Some with bigger budgets than the political killings task team.
Yes, I agree.
And why then was this one singled out in your view? Because it was singling out, we can see that, of this task team.
I think there's a difference in a sense that when you talk about the one for illegal mining, it's a continuous phenomenon which is far bigger than the issue of the task team, and it is funded from CARA fund. And its handling is not only provincial. It's not only provincial, it is throughout certain provinces that has got a illegal mining problem.
Okay, but other than the illicit mining task team, what about the other task teams with bigger budgets?
I'm not aware of any that will have the similar amount of money because, in fact, we were crafting all the extensions and then the request for funding for the budget in terms of the millions. Sometimes there would be
requesting for 37 million just for 1 month. Now, I'm saying, to me, I was interested in making sure that I capacitate the murder and robbery units, because this murder and robbery units, the same task team could just be plunged into the murder and robbery unit. Then you still have the same capacity doing the same job, but not in the form of a task team, but you having it as a unit with the same capacity.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to say to you that it seems very peculiar that only one task team is singled out of many, where others have bigger budgets. Some have been going on for longer than the political killings task team, have been in existence for longer than the political killings task team.
Just before you move on, just one question in the hope that there won't have to be follow-ups. General, on your point about why General Masemula could not have been surprised and why you were not surprised, you rely in your paragraph 63 on the minutes of the first, or rather the meeting of the 1st of November 2024, and you then refer us to those those minutes. What I want to know, because we have seen that the decisions themselves, which you were referred to, the highlighted part in the minutes, you saw there that there's nothing about the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, what I want to understand is your understanding of the words reconsider and review, which you use in paragraph 63 and which I used in the minutes as well. Fine, I'm engaging you at the level at which you debated or argued. That's not in the decisions, it's in the discussions in the minutes. But I will engage you regardless of the fact that reference to reconsider and review is not in the decisions. I just want to engage you at the level of your reliance on the discussion. Now, what's your understanding of the meaning of reconsider and review?
Reconsider
or review?
Chair, when I say reconsider your decision, I mean I would be saying that do you wanna reconsider your decision, because your decision that you have taken, I don't think you need that. You wanna reconsider. Now I'm saying reconsider. Just think twice or think again whether you really still need this. And when I say review, I say you took a decision that you might have to go back to and review. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is no longer really serving all the people of South Africa equally, or it's not making the necessary impact, or it's not giving us value for money, and you have it and it's continuing. You want to review that decision that you have taken. That is how I understand it, Chair.
Without suggesting that the two words are synonyms, do you accept, though, that both words admit of the possibility that the person being asked to reconsider or review may decide not to change their decision? You accept that?
I do.
Thank you.
General, you said that there were emails also after 1st November in response to the question from the commissioners about the surprise of the National Commissioner. You said he shouldn't have been surprised because there was a Marais report, there was a 1st November, and there were emails, and he was copied on those emails. What emails are you referring to?
I need assistance because we do have them here. I must just refer to them now because
Emails during what period, General?
It will be before November.
No,
Sorry? Sorry?
It will be before November.
From when? Oh, before November.
I take it that it will be before the November, because she asked me what emails.
All right, okay.
That forms part of the build up towards that meeting, towards the disbandment.
All right, okay.
Chair, am I expected?
Are you referring to would you like to look at your statement again? Are you referring to the complaint by Mr. Haas?
That one and many others that were even referred from the Office of the National Commissioner by Brigadier Letoko, and said this one must be dealt with by the minister. So those type of message emails were there. And then given a chance now, I can look at it. It's just that at this point in time, I'm concentrating on responding. Now, being taken to now, I start looking, I look confused. But I have those emails. In the meantime, maybe my team can assist me in the meantime as I'm responding.
Oh, Mr. Asim, shouldn't we leave them for the General to try to find and perhaps produce, perhaps overnight?
Well, he refers to it in his statement, and they're annexures to his statement. So maybe I could assist the General to find it. At paragraph 69 of your statement, you say on 6 November 24, Haas's complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner. And you say a copy of the correspondence at the end of the paragraph is attached as SS7. So maybe we could go there. Is that what you're looking for?
67 talk about 31 October married Haas. I just want to get to all of them. This one is yours.
SS7 is file 2. And that's at page 192, I think. There's some superimposition there, but I think it's 192.
It is 192, Chair.
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for?
That is correct, Chair. This is what I'm looking for, but I see all of these ones from Babalwa Mbengo, 4 November.
And Mr. Haas is SS6.
SS6 is the complaint itself.
Yes, is that one, even those that went to Parliament, it's before November.
Well, it looks like the emails, the correspondence that you're referring to is on 6 November. And she seems to, if you look at page 193.
Page?
193, it's an email from Mr. Haas to several recipients, and then that is forwarded to the minister.
Yes, I see it, Chair.
Okay, so is this the correspondence you were referring to?
I think this is the correspondence I'm referring to.
Okay, and what did you want to say about this correspondence, that there was a complaint?
Yes, what I wanted to just say or indicate is that this discussion, the meeting of the 1st of November wasn't the real first discussion to discuss this issue. There's paperwork and build up towards that meeting of the 31st, because there were some complaints and there were some exchange of emails regarding the political killing task team. So, as far as I'm concerned, is that if this communication started as early as November, with few emails being exchanged, and then some of which has been sent to the minister by the Office of the National Commissioner, as far as I'm concerned, it was now a subject that was being discussed or under discussion. Now, if on the 31st of December, I see a letter circulating like that one, it was something that I saw, and we all didn't expect it, but it happened. But to say I was surprised, I can't say I was surprised, because it was once discussed. So it came. And the fact that even in the meeting of the 1st of November, the National Commissioner just indicated that this is just a task team, not a permanent unit. It was meant to evolve in a permanent unit, maybe. That's why I didn't get the shock of my life, because it was already a known subject.
Okay, I'm not going to go back to the 1st of November, because we've dealt with that and we've said that the minutes don't reflect a decision. And I'm not going to reopen that unless you want to say something, you want to change what you've said earlier. I think we closed that off. I was trying to probe with you what other, because you said there were other emails. Now, we know that the emails you've just referred us to is this complaint from Mr. Haas. Wouldn't the appropriate thing have been to investigate the allegations that were made in the complaint? That would be the appropriate next step. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree that the allegations needed to be investigated.
I mean, and it couldn't be a basis to disband the task team without an investigation. The fact that a mere complaint is laid, and I don't say mere in a dismissive way, the fact that a complaint is laid against any unit or any task team or any person in the SAPS, any member of the service, is not sufficient to take action against that person or that team.
I think if I was the decision maker, I was going to be able to respond my way. Because now this was the minister's decision.
No, I want you to respond your way, because I want to understand why, we're talking about why you were not surprised. You said you were not surprised because there was this complaint. It was already there on the table. So the question is, the appropriate response to this would have been to conduct an investigation into the allegations.
Yes, but it wouldn't still be what shall I call it, a game changer, in a sense that the fact that there is this complaint, among the many complaints that existed, or that, because people have been complaining, some of them, maybe other complaints about the PKTT. And if there's a decision that says, look, we have a study, we've conducted a study that says we need to recapacitate the murder and robbery unit. To me, I'm looking at it my way, commissioners. My way was, I want to capacitate and strengthen capacity in all the murder and robbery units. So to me, disbanding this PKTT would be a first prize.
Would be first prize?
Yes.
General, why not disband the taxi killings task team for that same reason? You're concerned about budget. You want to capacitate other units. You have the taxi killings, and the minister does say in that 1 November meeting that they, like the PKTT, are doing work that involves murder. And in his testimony before us, he said, all murder is the same. So why were you not thinking, oh, it's even obvious that the political killings team should be dissolved as well because you're concerned about budget?
Thank you very much for that question, Commissioner. It actually led me and assist me in being able to respond, actually, because first and foremost, how many politicians get killed? Let's take 1 to 6 months. No one. Or one. Taxi killings, people die almost every day or every week. When you look at what is happening in the gang violence, your Cape Flats, everything, where people are dying every day.
Sorry. So you disagree with the minister's suggestion in that meeting? Because remember, on the 1st of November, the minister mentions the political killings task team and the taxi, what he calls the taxi killings. So he didn't just say the PKTT. He referenced also that taxi killings task team, that there has to be a reconsideration and a review to collapse them into the murder, I think it's a murder and robbery unit. How you're starting now about the taxi killings task team is that you saying, well, you don't agree with the minister that there needed to be a reconsideration even of the taxi killings task team?
No. What I was basing my answer on is that the political killing task team is actually not such a busy task team, because politicians don't die every week or every second week. But we're maintaining it and we're spending millions on a daily basis in hotels. Now, I'm saying, from where I'm sitting, we could use the budget better.
In April 2024, you approved the allocation of further funds, which suggests to me, at least, that this position that you've now adopted and are justifying about disbanding the PKTT is an afterthought. Certainly you were not thinking that in April 2024, because you would have refused to make the recommendation to support the request for funding, or you would have made notes expressing your reservations, even as you recommend. But you don't do that. You give an unqualified support for request for funding. That's in April 2020. Sorry?
To be precise, Commissioner, it's 26 March 2024
Yes.
was the date of the general signature.
So in March 2024, you support a request to fund the PKTT. The very one that you say, well, I need the money. They're just sitting in hotels. I need the money, but you support it without qualification. You have to be able to reconcile that. Otherwise, it's a later change of mind about the PKTT, what you are now telling us, because your conduct in March 2024 suggests you did not have the concerns that you are now expressing after it is disbanded.
Now, let's look at the first date. Is there, when I recommended, is March 2024.
26 March
26 March. And at that point in time, It was in fact the very first time I'm included, even in the correspondence or communication of saying we need budget. I can't stand on the way when they say we need budget. It must via my office. It was the first time because it has never happened like that. Now it comes to me, I can't say no, and I can't question it because this thing is being brought to me. That must go to the National Commissioner for signature. I say yes, they're doing a good job, they sign, and it goes. However, when the issue of the study then comes to me at a later stage, remember when it's my signature now on the document, evaluation document, it is at a much later stage in 2024 when I signed and say that I've gone through these documents and I see that the political killing task team's mandate fall in fact under murder and robbery unit. Now, I've murder and robbery unit everywhere in the country. We also have murder and robbery unit in KZN, but we also have a duplicate unit, task team that is running on its own when we have a murder and robbery unit. Take this capacity, put it in there. That is what in my mind came through.
So in March 2024, when you sign, are you saying you didn't realize that what the PKTT, that which you are approving at that time, they do work which falls under murder and robbery? Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't have that benefit of that report at that point in time.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you know about that there is a political kill, unless you say you didn't know that there's a political killings task team and that it is tasked to look into political killings, that it is the product of an initiative, an instruction directive of the president to an interministerial committee. Surely you knew all of those things, even before you were asked to sign for the first time. You must have known. Maybe let me take it step by step. Before the 26th of March 2024, did you know about the existence of the PKTT?
I did know about the existence of the political killing task team, and that it was a door no any other person was supposed to open. Only
did you know what they were constituted to do?
To investigate political killings.
You knew that?
Yes.
And you knew that the political killings that they were formed to investigate are matters that even the murder and robbery unit can investigate. You knew that?
I knew that.
Okay, so you knew all of that on the 26th of March 2024.
That's correct.
And you still signed and approved funding, even though you knew that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Asu.
Sorry, what I want to, can I raise one little thing?
Sorry, I'd like you to come in, but because it's linked to what Commissioner Baloyi was saying, you might want to respond to both. Because it wasn't only political killings. The PKTT was also looking into the killings of traditional leaders. They had their mandate extended to cover that aspect. And then they were requested to, of course, go to Fort Hare. So to just put it in perspective, it was a national task team looking at several areas of concern, not just the political killings in KZN.
Actually, that is where I was going when I wanted to say something, to say, remember that, and I mentioned it in terms of percentage, to say that political related, I don't know whether it's 18% or 24%, and there are drugs related. In other instances, it is not political related. In other instances, there's so many. When you look at that document that we wrote and say this document, all these cases are cases that were put in a fridge that were not being attended to. All of them, most of them, only something like 69 or 60 were political, but the rest are not political. Some will be land issues, but some will be. It does not necessarily mean that when a child of a councillor who was killed at the Shebeen is political related, but it would be something like those. So you will have some cases where they are not political related. It's just plain matter. And then in some they will say it's ad hoc cases or parallel cases. Now you have a unit that is just investigating everything, when in fact there are units.
Yeah, no, General. There's no disagreement with you that you had units that did the kind of work that now got assigned to be carried out by the PKTT. There's no disagreement. The same way with taxi killings task team. There's no question about that. The issue, at least that I'm discussing with you, is you now think PKTT rather, is a bad idea. It's a waste of money. Let's put the money elsewhere. And all I was seeking to establish with you was that must be a view that you formed only after the 26th of March, 2024. Has to be, because you sign and recommend or support funding for them for another period in March 24. So it's a view you formed after March 2024, and I think we've agreed that. You've said up to that point, you knew they were there, you knew their purpose, and the work that they did, and you supported that. You give an explanation that, well, I didn't know anything. The National Commissioner, it had to go to the National Commissioner. I couldn't say no. It's difficult to accept that someone at your seniority, if they hold real, genuine views when they are given a document to sign, they wouldn't look into it and say, what is this, even if you didn't know. But you knew about the PKTT. So what I'm checking, or what I'm discussing with you, is something changed with you after the 26th of March. It has to be. Something changed that you now hold a different view about the PKTT that makes you say, of course they had to be disbanded.
Can I respond?
And the question, yeah, in your response, I would like to hear, what is it that changed?
Chair, what I want to say is that I was promoted to the rank of a Lieutenant General with effect from the 1st of July 2023. Now you count the months leading to March when I signed, when you're still getting comfortable in the new position where now you're looking into various documents and various how to improve service delivery or how to improve your office in such a way that it is able to be effective. Now, I'm now in the system. I now know what I want to achieve. I now have had the benefit of being to El Dorado Park, myself, Hanover Park. I've had a lot of experience of what I see, and I have now a report in front of me that says, we have had this study that looks into these task teams, and then, because there is something that is attached to that I want to say, that make me more support the idea of the task team is not a good idea, is that I have this member carrying 600 docket, 800 docket, 500 docket, 400 docket. Now, they're no longer working on this docket, but they're tired of this docket. But what they want to do, the shortest route is to say, I wish they can send me on a task team, and someone goes on a task team and they leave those dockets there. And those dockets must now go to the station, to the branch commander, who must redistribute them to other members who are carrying a lot of docket. Sometimes they say, oh, you think he's clever. He's going to a task team, he leaves this, they put them there. When you come back, after 2 years, 3 years, your dockets are still there. And they never worked on those dockets. So to me, the issue of the task teams, the task team is meant to go and extinguish the fire now, get it over and done with, come back to where you belong, not to be a permanent thing for years. So, the issue of the task team of keeping dockets, because even where these people that are in the task team left, you can't replace them because it is their positions. You're running short of manpower, they are there doing something else, but you can't replace them here because, and you remain empty here.
And that's not unique to the PKTT, right? You're not saying that that cannot be a justification, and certainly the minister doesn't rely on that. And in the documents you've referred us to, there is no such discussion as a consideration. But more importantly, yes, it's a concern, and there's probably merit to that concern that you're raising, but that's something that's not unique to the PKTT. When you create task teams, which the SAPS has a lot of, we were told, when you create task teams, that's the consequence, right? You get people leaving dockets, somebody else looks at, so it couldn't be a justification for the PKTT's disbandment.
I wouldn't want to get into that space because in my case, I don't want to speak on behalf of the minister as to whether it was the reason or not. But to me, it was a decision that I really didn't have a problem with.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Smith.
I just want to, did I hear you correctly when you said you signed on 26 March 2024 without applying your mind to it? Is that what you were saying?
I don't remember saying without applying my mind, Chair.
So it sounded like that. Can you just clarify? You said you just signed it on 26 March 2024.
I've never even also said I just signed it. I said I was just arriving. I was still getting comfortable within my position, still looking at issues and where to improve service delivery, and then which is what works and what is not working. But at that point in time, it was the very first time that I get involved into the PKTT. I've attended the meeting of the PKTT only once in KZN because I was with the National Commissioner. We went there to KZN, but there I've never known about their operations, and no any other person was allowed to know what is going on inside there. So that is why I say, to me, even when they put this document in front of me, I signed. I had to sign because they say to you, this is for the extension of the PKTT, for the political killing, and this is because of we are facing elections, we are facing that, so I had to sign.
You didn't have to sign, of course. You could have, well, one, you didn't, I mean, you didn't have to recommend. You could have not recommended if there were reasons to, or you could have recommended with qualifications. You gave a blanket recommendation, and that's the difference. You could have had qualifications attached to your signature, like other signatories have had.
The fact that I this time I applied my mind and then signed what the National Commissioner gave me to do, it tells you that at this present moment I was now working, applying my mind. I did exactly what the National Commissioner asked me to do, and I gave it in.
Which one are you referring to? Signing that?
Like for an example, whatever that happened, I just complied with the National Commissioner's instruction. So when you say I didn't need to sign, I was going to be regarded as now defying.
No. Sorry, you misunderstood me. I meant that you either recommend, it's not that you don't sign, you either recommend, that's what's the power that's given to you from the position that you hold, which is a very senior office, and there's a reason why it has to go through you before it goes to the National Commissioner, because the National Commissioner's signature comes after yours. So he is relying on others to have looked at it from their perspective to see what your views are for him to give final sign-off. So when you receive it, your task is to apply your mind to it and make a decision whether to recommend, not recommend, or recommend with qualifications. Do you agree with that?
No. Let us look at the current situation on what I'm going through now. Let us look at the current situation where
Sorry, I'm getting a note passed to me.
Let's look at the current situation.
Okay. No, answer the question and then I'll address the note. Thank you.
Let us look at the current situation where there's an instruction to disband and it says immediately. And then personally, having disbanded units, having participated in many disbandment, we disband task teams on a daily basis. We move people around. Because of natural attritions, people die, resign, get promoted, transferred. To me, to disband immediately is not really a critical challenge or issue. Now, and then you also get the National Commissioner saying, yeah, but I said let's wind down. And then you decided that no, this thing can be done now. Look at where it put me now, at home. So the sentiments that says, you are a senior manager, you could apply your mind, doesn't work. Because as a senior manager, I said, but in disbanding the task team, there was an instruction from the National Commissioner and General Khumalo himself that says those members of the task team that have been trained from different environments, let them be sent to stations so that they can implement that what they've been trained to do.
But General, you're not answering the question. You're discussing something that comes much later.
Oh.
The question was, you are a signatory, you sign, rather. You're one of the people who are making a recommendation, have an option to make a recommendation, or I do not support, I support. I recommend, or I recommend with qualifications. Now, we know from evidence that General Dimbane did put in a note. She supported, but made a specific recommendation, a suggestion that these must be for budgeting purposes, to regularize budgeting. This task team should be regularized into a unit, something to that effect.
Discontinued.
Something to that effect. And the National Commissioner had a response to that in that same form. So you had the option at that point to say, I support, because you say, I'm new, I don't know this environment, but this work rightly is work that the murder and robbery unit should be doing, and maybe consideration should be given to that. I think that's what Ms. Hassim is putting to you, that you did have an option on that form to sign and recommend, because you don't want to get into trouble with the National Commissioner, as I understand you, and you don't quite yet have an understanding of what things are like, but you at least know the work that they do, and you know that it falls within the murder and robbery. So you could have said something, but you signed without qualification, which is what causes this debate. But on paper, you had no problem with approving that funding request. You had no problem with it on the documents that you signed.
Yes.
And it's only later that you pick up problems with it.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, I think it might be best if I ask your permission to let Ms. Killian address you on the note that was addressed, rather than me addressing it directly with you.
Yes, Ms. Killian.
I'm a bit surprised as to what I should address.
Okay, the note that was...
Yeah, let's just, few minutes, you'll indicate when you're ready for us.
Thanks.
Let's adjourn.
We are ready to resume. All those whose cell phones were ringing, please make sure that they are off or on silent. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, General, just one last question on this, on your response that you orientating yourself when you took the position. You said earlier that the work study, the Murray report, in other words, you were aware of that already by 2024, before you signed it in September 2024. Isn't that so? Because it was in existence for some time.
No, I wasn't aware of it because part of my complaint is the fact that documents sit for too long in offices. So if you see the date on which I signed, it's much deeper in the year. So I was not aware of that Murray report at that point in time.
So when did you become aware of the Murray report for the first time?
I think I needed a week to read it, go through it, and then sign it. So it will be around about a week.
Around about a week. You weren't aware of the work study that it started in 2019. You weren't aware of the concerns and the proposals that were raised until September, you say, 2024.
Yes, remember I was not in the employ of the subs at that time.
Okay. Chair, I'm going to move to a new topic. So if there are any other questions on the issue of the disbandment and the decision, now is the time. No. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay. So, General, I'd like to move now to post-31 December, to the issue of implementation. You said you became aware of the decision when it was circulating on social media.
That's correct.
And, but when did you get official notification?
On the 3rd of January from the Office of the National Commissioner.
And I just want to take you to your letter of 17 January. And that is SS 13, page 205.
These are your files. Where's my files? This one. SS 13.
Page 205. Let me know when you have it.
I have SS 13 here, Mary. This is SS 13 of my statement. I don't see page 205. I'm at SS 13, so I'm looking at the other file. Oh, okay. Yes, I can see it. Is it. Then I'm far from the mic, so I'll have to.
Well, you can use your version, and what you can do is just refer to paragraph numbers.
Can I just be assisted so that I focus on the mic? Otherwise, I'm going to face the. I've got it, Chair.
Thank you.
So if you wish to reference any part of this letter, General, you can refer to the paragraph numbers or the page numbers at the bottom. The small page, the small numbers in the bottom middle of the page. Okay, so this letter you prepared, is that right, on the 7th? Well, this is the letter that you say you prepared with the assistance of General Rabi.
Correct.
And, but you also said that you read the letter and you agreed with all the contents of the letter.
That's correct.
And in paragraph 2 of this letter, in the second sentence, you said this decision, meaning 31 December 2024, was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. What assessment were you referring to here? Because as we know, you've said there was no review or analysis of the task team. So what assessment are you referring to here?
This letter, I think, must be read in conjunction with the minister's comment on that meeting of the 31st, on the 1st of November, considering the fact that this letter that we are talking about comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, as directed by the National Commissioner to assist me to craft this thing. So this letter. So even though I signed this letter, I think there is a general agreement and understanding that this letter was signed by the Office of the, comes from the Office of the National Commissioner. So commissioners to be really bound on to certain words and say, what were you meaning? What were you referring to on this document that was prepared by the Office of the National Commissioner? And then saying that I can sign it because it's directed to DIFCOM intelligence. I will respond and I will attempt to respond, but to be fair, this letter, from the very onset, it is known that I am not the author of this letter.
So, again, we have a signature by you on a document that's a lengthy document, but you disavow the authorship of this, the ownership of this letter.
It's
You
not
can comment on that.
It's not a difficult question that you are asking. I'm just worried that we all agree that it comes from the Office of the National Commissioner,
Well,
and that it can be signed by me. And when I read it and I went through the contents, to me, it was a plan on how to go about in disbanding. I signed it.
I'm not that doesn't sound, it doesn't sound like a full and candid response, General, because what you've said, first of all, let me just say, this letter is not a letter that's prepared like an information note is prepared, and you see who the author is of the note, and then you have a signature that recommends, you endorse it, in other words, a letter that's, a document that's prepared by someone else. It usually then says it's prepared by somebody else. That's the first thing. Right? You agree, this is not that kind of letter. It's not an information note kind of letter where it says it's been prepared by someone else. Right?
It is that kind of a letter that it is prepared by someone, because it was sent to my office from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Well, no. It was a draft that you had prepared together with General Rabi. General Rabi was assisting you. That was what you testified to yesterday, and that's what's in your statement, that General Rabi was tasked to assist you to prepare this, and you explained why it would be involve General Rabi because of the nature of the letter, etc. And that's completely acceptable. There's no problem with that. But you have to satisfy yourself that you are happy with the instructions that you are giving, because this instruction doesn't come from General Rabi or from the Office of the National Commissioner, it comes from you. It's not on the National Commissioner's letterhead, it doesn't have his signature, only yours.
It goes out, simply put, it goes out as your letter, General.
It's true, Chair.
Signature at the end is yours. You are not recommending to anybody. You are signing a letter that's yours. And even at the top under inquiries is Lieutenant General Sibia. It's your letter.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you. So can I go back to now the contents of this letter and ask you questions about it, because it's your letter?
Yes.
Okay. So the first question I had was, what was the assessment in paragraph 2? What was the assessment that was done that concluded that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts?
That is a question that is based on the. Can we go to the letter that itself that was written by the minister, because I think the words originates from that letter itself.
Okay. So you're saying that this is a reference to the minister's assessment?
I think so. So we need to get to that letter. SS.
Page 198, same file. General, did you find it?
I found it.
That's on 197.
Yes, I found it, Chair. Commissioners. I need to get the one that is written in, because this one is very small font, very small. Either I can see it here or a document, the real document, because this one is, you can't read.
Do we have another version of it?
Yeah. Blow it up a little bit more, please.
Is that
General,
legible?
do you want to look there?
Yes, I can. Yes.
And, you may then indicate whether to scroll up or down. Yeah.
Can I, let's go to the first sentence. Trust this course. Investigations in the first few months towards the end of the year. I have made observations on a number of important aspects on the subs and policing. For purpose of this letter, I'm focusing on the 3 aspects that require very urgent attention to address some of the challenges at hand. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Chair and Commissioners, to say I trust this correspondence finds you well in this festive season. In the past few months, towards the end of this year, 2024, I have made observations on a number of important aspects on the subs and policing. For the purpose of this letter, I'm focusing on 3 aspects that require very urgent attention. Now, we can go to the one of the political killing, number 3. All right. Management Executive Committee meeting later in January 2025. Key reference points to include, but not limited to, the following: a comprehensive analysis of the current challenges of scrutiny. No, this is the port of entry.
Yeah.
It's point 3.
Point 3.
Can you?
I want the one that speaks to political killing.
Point 3.
Yes. In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Moerane Commission report. Even though not flowing directly from such that an interministerial task force be established, the key mandate was, I don't know whether it's stop, what?
Can I suggest that you go to the next page? It's clearer on the next page. That one, yes.
In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commission of Police following the Moerane Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such that an interministerial task force be established. The key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolve unresolved matters of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political killing task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the Minister by the 20th of January 2025. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. So this paragraph, to me, responds directly to the question asked by the evidence leader, I think.
Okay, you say that the assessment that the task team no longer, what you mean is the observation by the minister.
This is the minister saying, this is the observation that the minister made.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's clear. What he had said in his letter was it was an observation. In this letter, you detail steps that need to be taken in order to...
Just to go back to the letter...
SS13, it starts in 205.
SS13, all right. You need a big one.
Do you have it, General?
Yeah, I'm back to the same problem, but it's okay. I'll try to hold on.
Well, what's the problem? Perhaps we can assist.
No, because the document that is in front of me...
No, you're looking at the wrong page. It's page 205.
Whoa, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
This is the letter that we began with.
Yes.
Right. We've now dealt with your answer to the question that I asked pertaining to paragraph 2. Okay. And this letter is a detailed set of instructions for compliance with the minister's directive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just want to ask you some questions based on this. In paragraph 3.4, on page 206, you say all case dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Services, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative units with the capacity to continue the investigations. So this was a requirement that the dockets be delivered to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. Is that what one should understand by it? Is that right?
That's correct?
Okay. And where would that be? In head office?
No.
Where is it a divisional commissioner for detective and forensic services?
I think I said at the place determined by the divisional commissioner.
So it could be any place in the country.
It could be any place between in KZ and where the dockets are.
So it would be removed and be taken to a location where there would be a secure repository.
Yes.
Okay. And you say you didn't mean that it should go to the DivCom, Detective and Forensic Services at head office.
No, I said it must go to her.
Yes, but not physically delivered
I never
to head
dictated
office.
a place where.
Okay. And then you asked for, if we can
But
turn,
it could have been head office as well.
It could have been head office as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
and then in paragraph 4, you ask for a comprehensive closing report to be submitted by 16 January, confirming compliance with the aforementioned directives. Now, I think this has come up before. This letter is dated 17 January, but you ask for the report to be delivered the day before. Do you want to comment on that?
I think at a much earlier station, I did indicate that at some point, because it looked like I gave them a day or two, because it was signed on the 17th, and then here the date was the 16th. In other words, it came, I don't know what caused the confusion in between when I received this and when I signed this, but I accept the typo or the error that exists here because I said on the 16th, but I signed on the 17th. So, quite honestly speaking, I'm lifting my hands high up in the air on this one.
Okay. Then you ask, then you detail what the report should look like, how the report should be structured. And in 4.1, you say it should, let's just start from before. The report should be structured according to the following guidelines. 4.1, executive summary. In the second bullet, you say summary of key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. Now, this letter is addressed to the head of the task team, who did not support the disbandment of the task team. How would he have been able to prepare a report? And I've got a few questions on this, but my first is, how would you expect him to prepare a report that explains the considerations that underlined the decision, that were informed the decision of the minister? How would he know?
Earlier, I indicated that he never really indicated that he does not support at all. Even the National Commissioner never indicated that he's not in support. So he never indicated that he does not support.
You're saying General Khumalo never indicated that he did not support the disbandment of the task team that he was the leader of?
Yes, he never.
Sorry, General Sibia, when you drafted this letter, you could not have known that because you had not engaged with General Khumalo at this point. So when you drafted this letter, how did you expect him to comply with the second bullet in 4.1? Accepting that in March, when you did engage with him, he didn't express a disagreement. You signing this letter on the 17th of January, and you have not spoken to him at all about the PKTD.
That is correct.
So how did you expect him to comply with bullet 2 when you signed this letter? That's really the question.
Chair, because when I write this letter, I write it as positive as possible, knowing that this is an official document with the minister and the National Commissioner's blessing. So I write it to him. And then if he himself was not in agreement, he would have responded to this letter also in writing and say, I see you wrote this letter to me, but I'm not in agreement. But instead, we don't have that. So he never indicated that he's not in agreement.
Had you had a discussion with General Khumalo about the decision between 31 December and sending this? Did you have a discussion with him informally or formally, or pick up the phone, anything to say this is a decision that needs to be implemented?
I did respond earlier that I never had a discussion with him, and considering the fact that it was also around about the festive period when everyone was still at home and some had not come back yet at work, and some of us were all over the country because it's still within the festive period.
Okay, so you don't really know what his state of mind was regarding the decision?
I didn't know.
Okay. Now, how would he, even if he, let's assume that he had no problem, he didn't make the decision to disband the team. So how would he come up with the reasons? Why was it expected of him that he must provide the reasons for the decision?
Normally in the South African Police Service, when you get an instruction to write a document or to come up with an information note or what on behalf of the National Commissioner or the Minister, you will pen down a document that is just going for the signature for the National Commissioner or the Minister. You will then take this document, go sit with the National Commissioner and discuss with him. So now, in this case, since this is what was discussed and clear guidance given and him submitting the reasons, it is what is contained in the reason, in the document, guided by the fact that the author of this document, I do own the document, Chair, because I signed it, but as assisted by a person who is dealing with reports in the South African Police, who is at strategic management and who has done organization and work study, and say this is the format that you need for you to have a complete document that actually represent or present a close-up report. It needs to have the following topics. Now, those topics that are written here, we are all guided by an expert in this document, myself and General Khumalo.
Wouldn't this be in a report that is written before the decision is taken?
No. No, because it's not a question of we were all expecting that there will be a document coming that says we're closing down. So nobody would have known that now I need to start writing, preparing the reasons for close up, because we didn't expect this to happen.
But in the normal course, before a decision is taken, wouldn't the decision be underpinned by reasons, and those reasons would be located somewhere before the decision is taken?
It's true. But when I look at the letter of the minister, the few lines that is written in the document itself, the few lines that are written in the document itself, from the minister's point of view, whether as a minister of police, who determines policy for the police, he gives reasons from his own understanding and where he comes from. And now, which means the National Commissioner, before we get to this point, was in fact the one who was supposed to immediately, when he received this letter, take the same letter, go back to the minister and say, Minister, I want to understand where you're coming from. I don't agree with 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we hold on until I come back? Or make me understand. But the National Commissioner, instead, forwarded it and say, prepare a close-up report. It's already on board by so saying and say, prepare a close-up report. So this is a late question as far as I'm concerned.
General, this is a letter that you signed and that you send to General Khumalo, and you ask him to give you the reasons for the disbandment of the task team. Does that sound like a reasonable request?
We're not asking him to give us the reason why the task team should be closed. We're saying prepare a close-up report. In your close-up report, it must include the following topics. Where General Khumalo needed to ask a question, it was then for General Khumalo to make necessary inquiries with the Office of the Ministry or myself and say, General, you just sent me this document. And then how do you expect me to write this when I don't know? Then in my case, I would also have to go back to the minister and say, Minister, General Khumalo wants to know the following, so that we can then provide the reasons. But at this present moment, I'm dealing with a letter that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, brought to me by a strategic management executive manager, who is a general from the National Commissioner's office, and say, the NASCOM says, no, you can sign this thing.
I guess, General, the substance of the question is, as you are writing this letter, I won't bother about referring to General Rabi, is it? Yeah. As you are writing this letter, because it's your letter, what key considerations or reasons did you, as the writer, expect of General Khumalo? It's a simple question.
To me, Chair, I was following the guidelines, the guidance by General Rabi from the Strategic Management Office. And this letter is a letter that I know that even the National Commissioner saw. So as far as I'm concerned, I signed it because it had the blessing of the National Commissioner.
But it goes out under your hand. And in response to a question of mine earlier, you said you accept it's your letter. So bullet 2 of 4.1 is basically written by you, and you are asking for key considerations, which I read to be reasons. So what reasons did you expect of General Khumalo? Because bearing in mind that he did not disband the PKT team.
This letter, Commissioners, as General Ravi wrote this letter, he gave guidance. It's a guideline that says, give us a comprehensive close-up report must be submitted by 16 January, confirming compliance with the aforementioned directives. The report should be structured according to the following guidelines. Now, it gives different topics. It's guidelines. Now, which means you're not necessarily expected to even provide the reasons for disbandment if you don't have them, or if it's something that you cannot write, or you could either write back and say, may I be clarified on the following key issue, so that we are able to then guide you further.
Thank you, General. Ms. Asim?
Thank you. So it was free to General Khumalo to not do that if it wasn't something that he was within his knowledge, which, of course, it's not in his knowledge, right?
I suggest so.
And
Ms. Hasim, it's 4:15. Let us adjourn at this stage.
I have no objection if you continue or adjourn. We're
Now
available.
you want me to look lazy, Ms. Kidney.
I want to stay neutral.
General, should we continue?
Let's pull through. Let's continue.
Okay, let's adjourn at 5 p.m. then. Let's continue.
all right, Chair. So let's continue through the letter. You then request I'm going to move over to the next page, 4.5. Input from key stakeholders in response to the announced disbandment of the task team. For example, comments by NPA and SSA. Now, would there not have been consultation with these key stakeholders prior to the disbandment of the decision to disband?
This letter serves as a guideline and all the necessary important exercises that needs to be done or what needed to be considered or done. Now, in this case, the consultation with key stakeholders was one of the key issues to attend to. And as General Khumalo later indicated in his correspondence that they also made use of this same document. They took certain key topics out of that and then also allocated action plan, and then they allocated such an action plan to the National Commissioner in terms of consultation with stakeholders. But they were all guided from this document.
That doesn't answer my question. My question is, would there not have been consultation with the key stakeholders? And so the input from the stakeholders would be sought prior to the announcement of the disbandment, right?
The answer is really the same answer, because this document, no one expected disbandment, no one expected this letter. There wouldn't have been any prior consultations with nobody, because the answer will remain the same. For as long as we're still sticking to wasn't there supposed to be a consultation, the answer is the same.
General, maybe Ms. Hassim as well. If you look at 3.7, paragraph 3.7 at page 207, it says, so this is, as I read this letter, the whole of paragraph 3, it's steps that must be taken, the whole of paragraph 3. And then 3.7 says stakeholder communication. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about the disbandment, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. That's in 3.7. And then the paragraph that Ms. Hassim is now discussing, 4.5, stakeholder feedback. It is feedback on the task in 3.7. It doesn't answer the question, Ms. Hassim's question, that should there not have been stakeholder engagement before. But I think 4.5 makes sense when you look at 3.7. Because after disbandment, the plan says, now tell all your stakeholders what your transition plan is and future protocols. And then 4.5 requires your report to state what their feedback is.
Thanks, Commissioner Beloy. The question remains the same, because it would mean that there would only be communication to stakeholders after the decision is made. So my question is, and this is an important question, because the PKTT was made up of multiple stakeholders itself, including...
Before the question, and please hold your thought on it, I just want to make an observation, General, on what the last thing you said just now. You said you did not expect, and you are not referring only to yourself, but I think you are referring to everybody. You said you did not expect this letter, and you said it twice, now.
Yes.
And you have said it twice already before. I think the first time you mentioned it, you said, we all did not expect the disbandment. And then you said it again later. You've said it 4 times.
That's correct.
I find it rather odd that you say you were not surprised and that General Masemula should not have been surprised when all of you say 4 times, did not expect this. I'm just making that observation and to have it on record. You may continue with you. But if you want to comment, General, you may.
I really wish I want to comment, Chair, and it is with respect as well, I'm not challenging the Chair. When I say General Masemula cannot say he was also shocked or surprised, I'm just banking on the fact that it was not the first time we all saw a letter was just drafted, having not had any discussion prior at all.
But you don't expect it, and I would think you must be surprised when you see it, when you did not expect it. That's the point I'm making.
If the chair calls me one day into a meeting and say, General, I'm concerned about 1, 2, 3, 4 that is happening, and I think we really need to re-look into this situation and that, and then go think about it, but we need to reconsider this or to review this, look into that one. Then I indicate and say, no, but I don't think it will make any problem, there's any problem in this regard.
You see, there wasn't okay, continue.
Then I say, I don't see any problem, I think it can be done. Then it all goes quiet. It's festive season now, we're all over the country doing festive season. Later in the year, in the end of the year, the 31st, I see a letter coming through. It will come as a shock, but not surprised, because I know about it. It was once raised. And then my job will be to then call the chair and say, Chair, I see this letter, and I'm surprised or I'm shocked that
You see, you can't avoid saying you are shocked, you are surprised. You can't avoid saying that.
I'm saying
because that's actually what should ordinarily happen in those circumstances. You yourself cannot avoid being shocked or surprised, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, my advocate warned me and say, don't go for the second time with the chair. Just remain. Once you see he raises something, don't repeat it. So I'm taking a short left now.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, Chair. So, that's not unrelated to this letter that we're looking at. And maybe I should cut through, actually. This is your letter. It requires communication with the stakeholders. It requires the summary of the reasons for the decision to disband. It requires an analysis of the task team's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction, an account of controversies, a cost-benefit analysis, all of these things. All of the contents, these guidelines that you send to General Khumalo and say, prepare a closing report. All of this points to a report that's trying to justify the decision. Do you agree? All of these items that I've just read out, and you can look at it more closely if you wish to.
May I ask to please repeat the question?
So the guidelines, all of these guidelines that you're talking about, you're saying these are guidelines, and I refer you to some examples. One would be in 4.1, the summary of key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. 4.3, the bullets under operational review of the task team and its effectiveness. 4.4, any controversies and issues that arose during the task team's operation. 4.5, input from key stakeholders. 4.6, cost-benefit analysis of the task team's operations. 7, legal and compliance review, summary of any legal challenges, compliance or governance issues encountered. 4.7, data and security management. All of this, these that I've read out, are guidelines for a document that is intended to justify the decision.
No. No.
This is not about okay, explain your no before I go to the next question.
It is not an attempt to justify, because remember, this document was not crafted by the minister or myself. The bottom line here is that as much as I am the signatory of this document, it went past the eyes of the National Commissioner. We cannot really take out the National Commissioner from this letter because it was discussed with him. Even before it got sent to me, it went past his hands. He saw it. It came to me. I own the document because at the ultimate end I had to sign it. But if this document came from General Ravi straight to me, I would take absolute full responsibility. But if it went via the Office of the Judicial Commissioner, brought to my office by a general working with General Masemola to me, we are both in this thing together. So all I'm saying, Chair, is that I accept the responsibility for drafting this letter, but because of the fact that my commander, my boss, saw it and was satisfied with it. If he saw it and he didn't agree with it, General Siwula was wrong to bring it to my office.
Can I test my observation with you, General? Looking at this document, here is my observation. What it contains is guidelines that are usually followed when you close down a task team or a unit. And in the normal course, all of these things would have happened before the decision is taken, correct?
That is correct.
So that when you then prepare this report and you give them 2 days to submit it, they already have in their possession feedback from the NPA, feedback from the other stakeholders. They already have a breakdown of resources. They already have summary of legal challenges. But if you produce a document like this after the decision is taken, it doesn't make sense because you're saying to them within 2 days, go to NPA and get NPA's feedback, go to State Security Agency and get their feedback and response. And that's impossible to do it in 2 days.
Before you answer, just to the tail end of that is, the question was, I had asked about the NPA and the SSA, and I said specifically in the context of this task team, because they were part owners of the task team. They had a very serious role to play. They were members of the task team, the SSA and the NPA. So consultation would have been before the decision.
It was a multidisciplinary task team. It was not just the police. It was other disciplines, including NPA, including State Security Agency, including other role players. So the simple observation I make is that in the normal course, how you shut down a task team or a unit, you would have done these things in advance so that when you ask for a closeout report, it can be produced because you have all these things in the normal course.
In the normal course, it is what ought to have happened.
Yes.
Firstly, I want to raise this issue. The fact that I signed it on the 17th, I said I'm raising my hands that I made it was a mistake. the date, maybe, I don't know how it happened.
General, stop there. I even gave you a benefit of a doubt and say maybe you were expecting a response by the 20th. Because remember, a report was...
Yes.
So, assuming that 16th is a typo, you were really expecting all these things by the 20th. So you sign it on the 17th. When would anybody get input from NPA, input from SSA, input from all, in a space of 3 days? That's impossible. So hence I say what this document shows, to me at least, not to my co-commissioners, is that you've taken a guideline that is normally used to shut down units and task teams, and you've tried to apply it to a situation where the minister surprised all of you by shutting down a task team without your knowledge, and you're now really trying to do a closeout report after the minister has made a decision.
I accept that, commissioners, and then I want to say that if we all are to accept that this was a guideline, and that was sent to, let's say, General Khumalo, who's the project coordinator. Under normal circumstances, what General Khumalo ought to have done was to look at it and say, it looked like there's a mammoth task here. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done that may take actually 30 days or 2 months. And this is my schedule in complying with the minister's instruction. Considering the fact that I think it was a preliminary report or the closer report. It was not the final, because the final report was going to be submitted at a much later close-up report. Even when I spoke to General Khumalo, he did raise these issues. He said to me, General, there are a lot of people that are involved here that must be consulted, and everyone else, and having consulted with everybody, and then the report will include all the information, including the documents that are at court and everything. So it wasn't expected that this thing will close like tomorrow or just by the 20th it will be closed. It wasn't expected like that. But it kick-started the discussions to say that this thing is now closing. So for General Khumalo, all he was supposed to do was to just go and sit down and craft a response that suits what he needs to achieve and how he's going to achieve it, and then present it before the minister or to me, and then I go to the National Commissioner again and say, NASCOM, I received this from General Khumalo, and this is how he sees this thing working. And then if we were to then thereafter say to him, no, we say it close by tomorrow, then we would have overstepped the mark. But if it was given to him, and then he didn't see it fit that he should respond. Instead, they did comply and wrote a report. Although I was not favored with the copy, it just went to the minister. So the same thing they did.
No, General, can I pause you there for a moment? Because it's a long answer. I was trying to allow you to finish, but it's taking too long because you're really not answering the question. And from my side, it's not, you're talking about what General Khumalo should have done. My question on this letter comes from an interest of what you should do and what is reasonable conduct by you. Why did you think sending this letter with all of these requirements or guidelines, as you put it, why do you think it was reasonable to request that? It's not an answer to say, well, General Khumalo should have come to me and told me this is not reasonable, it can't be done. I'm asking, why did you issue it in the first place? Why did you think it was reasonable?
You see, Chair, when you work in the OD, organizational development, or you've done work study, and then you learn how to write a report writing. And they give you to say, when you write a report, firstly you start with the background, and then the introduction, the background, factors that lead to the investigation. Then you come to a point that you need to raise, like when you do a thesis or whatever that you write, there's a format. Now, as General Rabi, you say, all right, I'm writing this document, I'm expected to guide the organization in coming up with a closing up report. I suggest that here are the guidelines. Work within these guidelines. Now, these guidelines that I'm sending to where they belong. Now, the person who must then respond is the one who must now begin now the action steps. And how you begin the action steps is that you will say, you can even write back and say, all right, I've received the guidelines, and then this is my program on how to implement these guidelines that you have sent. Then you bring all those guidelines. And as you bring all those guidelines, I will take the same guidelines and they will go back to the minister and say, Minister, this thing is not as easy as you think. There is more work that needs to be done, and the following will be done. So that is why I take it that we all had a responsibility to bring our side. In my case, it was sent to me to sign, I sent. But from the side of General Khumalo, supposed to acknowledge, look at it and say, right, I've gone through this letter, this one is possible, this one is possible, this one is possible, this one will need so much time to do, to achieve, this cannot be done, and this is how I also suggest it must be done. Let's say even the winding down. Then you will write the same letter and say, I suggest that it must be done in phases. Now, you are openly responding to this letter, because it's an official letter that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner to me to send to General Khumalo. So I'm still believing that it could have been handled that way.
Except General, at paragraph 3.2, you give an instruction that has immediate effect. You say, effective immediately, all investigative personnel must report, are directly accountable to the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Services until they are reassigned to alternative units. So even if the rest of it you say it's a guideline, and I can see why, in parts, why you would say that, but that's not all there is in this letter. You give a direction that is effective immediately, that must be implemented. You're changing the reporting structure, effective immediately. That to me doesn't seem like a matter that's open for debate. It's the same as the minister's letter, which says immediately it disbands. It doesn't allow for a back and forth with the minister. The same as that your accountability, paragraph 3.2.
If the chair remembers very well, or commissioners remembers very well, there was at some point a newspaper article that says the minister sent them packing, where, for an example, there was a meeting held, and then in that meeting, that what was expected in terms of giving feedback on the progress in terms of the complying with the instruction was discussed, and only to find that not much was done or nothing happened. And the minister expressed his dissatisfaction around that issue. And then when he expressed his dissatisfaction around that issue, now, the small boy there is me. It is the minister, it's the national commissioner. Both of them, CI and DIVCOM, reports to me. I am the one who accounts when we are sitting in that space. When we are sitting in that space, where is the minister, the national commissioner, the two DIVCOMs, and myself? I am the one now accountable who must respond. Now, in my case, when I realized that now it looked like I'm now the one failing, because the national commissioner is quiet in the meeting. It's not objecting to anything. It's not disagreeing with anything. Now, I'm sitting here being told that, but you guys don't listen. This is what was needed, and I'm not being taken serious. Now, it looked like I am the one not taking the minister serious or the national commissioner serious, because even the national commissioner was not really objecting to anything. So, where I begin to also strengthen my hand to say, let this happen, let this happen, let this happen, is to try now to be hands-on and say, let's move, let's not delay.
No, General. We know that this letter was sent to General Khumalo before that meeting with the minister that you're describing. We know that. It's the first thing that comes out of your desk. Yes, assisted by General Rabi. But your first act, and you say in your statement that from I think General or Lieutenant Letoko, you received this 31 December letter, and with an instruction to prepare a closeout report. You say all of that. And then this is what you prepared with the assistance of General Rabi. And what I'm pointing out to you is that which you prepared, your first act on this in 3.2 was to order with immediate effect a different accounting line. You say PKTT with immediate effect is now accountable to Divisional Commissioner for Forensic Services until they are reassigned to alternative units.
Just going through the letter.
Okay.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes. In an attempt to make sure that we don't lose track or anything falling in between the cracks, you end up having to tie this thing to somebody. To say that now that we are in the process of disbandment, and we are saying, if we are saying effective immediately in terms of the disbandment, now we are talking about the issues of the case docket now having to report to go to murder and robbery unit. So that is why in my case I came up with that, this effective immediately was just to comply with the instruction of the National Commissioner, and then was to say effective immediately, and then the person who will now be in charge of the workload, it will be the DIFCOM detective services. And those that of intelligence will continue doing their part, reporting to where they belong.
Thank you. Ms. Esson?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to... You haven't answered the question why you thought it was reasonable. You gave a very long response, but you didn't say why you thought this was a reasonable request to issue this letter with all of these guidelines. And it's not just that it's lengthy, and it's not just that it will take time, but it's that what's being requested is to provide the reasons for a decision from someone who did not make the decision. So I'd like your response on that, because I'm saying to you that's not a reasonable request.
I thought, commissioners, how I responded was that this was a guideline. This was a guideline. And it being a guideline, it needed to be treated as a guideline. Where Commissioner Khumalo, General Khumalo, had a different approach or response to it, or opinion, different opinion, he would have also responded as such, in such a way that he also brings his side of the story.
So he could have come back to you to say, this is just not possible to be done, and you, when you sent it, you expected that would be the kind of, that was your expectation.
He has done it before.
It doesn't make sense, because it doesn't tally up with what Commissioner Baloy was putting to you about you requesting immediate action on this. Nor does it tally up with the requirement in the minister's letter that a closing report must be provided by 20 January, which was 3 days after you sent this letter. You can comment on that if you wish.
Chair, my mind was still locked into a previous discussion when she was talking. And then when she was talking and said it doesn't make sense on this, and then I'm thinking on certain things. Now she says your comment on that.
Please repeat the question.
I apologize.
No problem, General, no problem.
What I was saying to you, General, is that your last response to me, which is that they're just guidelines, you didn't really expect that it would be done in 3 days. In other words, that was your response to my question, surely this is not reasonable. You said, well, you know, you didn't expect. He could have come back and said it's not going to get done. And I'm saying that doesn't make sense in the light of the contents of this letter, which require immediate action, or in the context of the letter from the minister, which required a closing report on the 20th of January, 3 days after you sent this letter. So that's what I'm saying to you. That's the comment I'm making. That's the observation I'm making about your response to me about reasonableness. And I'm saying to you, do you wish to comment on
Yes, I wish to comment. In our world as police officials, it would make sense and it would be easy to comply with. In your world, maybe from where you are coming from, it's something that may need to take 6 months. But in our world, if I give an instruction, it can be done in 3 days. It can be done in a week. It can be done in 2 weeks. So, as far as I'm concerned, there has been instances where they say, this must happen by tomorrow 8 o'clock, and it happens. And the rest will follow. This is how it works in the police, maybe even in the defense. But it does not necessarily make it create a situation where we can say it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you're saying it's reasonable within the police service. This is how SAPS works. It's reasonable within the SAPS to send a request to a person for reasons for a decision that that person never took. Because that's what this is. It's saying, give us the reasons. It's a whole report that justifies everything up until 4.8 of this letter, the bulk of this letter, 4 pages, is a report that is written in order to explain a decision. And you're saying it's reasonable in the SAPS to ask the person who didn't make the decision to write that report.
All I'm saying is that it is doable in the police. And to consult with stakeholders, and we're talking SSA and NPA, it takes one telephone call or one email that says, there needs to be this meeting. Go meet each and every prosecutor on the ground. What happens is that from General Masemula, the National Commissioner, as it was his responsibility Thusday, he was just going to meet, let's say, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, or send me to go meet the DPP, or send the Provincial Commissioner to say, go meet your counterpart, the DPP there, and discuss this matter of the National Commissioner. Now that can be done to say what are the dynamics, what are the challenges, so that whatever that is being raised, then it gets put in writing, then there's a response back or feedback to the National Commissioner, to the Minister. So all I'm saying is that it is doable, it is possible, it is not a question of it could not be done. It's just a question of really there's not really that much of a crisis. Disbanding this task team is a small task team, by the way.
it could just easily be done easily. And confirming with the stakeholders, to get a meeting of the stakeholders is easy. There are instances like where, for instance, you have to get for forensic establishment of forensic, where to get public works, get the Department of Justice, get that one into a meeting to go and discuss an urgent matter. It happens. So all I'm saying, I'm not downplaying or undermining the process, but what I'm just saying is that it is doable.
General, can you just look at 4.9? I mean, this letter is a very confusing letter for purposes of what was sought to be achieved. In 4.9, the heading you say, closure plan, detailed implementation plan for the orderly disbandment of the task team, steps for transferring or archiving, reallocating resources and managing personnel transition. What in fact were you saying in that 4.9 supposed to happen? Practically, what would have happened?
A detailed implementation plan for the orderly disbandment of the task team, steps for transferring or archiving of data, reallocating resources and managing personnel transitions. And this is what I think I see also in that action plan that was crafted by both General Khumalo, that was submitted to the minister and approved by the minister partially, where they said, on this date we are going to do this, on this date we are going to consult with stakeholders, on this date we are going to hand over the dockets, on this date we are going to write the final report.
So that's what you were contemplating in 4.9?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move off this letter, Commissioners, unless there are any questions from...
Perhaps let's start a new topic tomorrow. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.